Chapter 644, Bizarre Invasion for Zhao Rushan. Seeking an audience with Emperor Tianhong is a trivial matter. Ever since Zhao Rushan's descent into the world, Emperor Tianhong's destiny has changed. Although Emperor Tianhong will ultimately defeat Zhao Rushan, he will face numerous hardships and will need many lifetimes to accomplish this victory. Sitting by the lake, playing his zither, Gu An's thoughts drifted with the cause and effect tied to Zhao Rushan. Zhao Rushan is not the reincarnation of an immortal god, but his destiny pattern is extremely strong. He is destined to reach the pinnacle of the celestial spirit great world and even bring catastrophe upon heaven and earth. By defeating him, Emperor Tianhong will also ascend to immortality. It is unclear whether Zhao Rushan is a product of heaven and earth or a scheme by the immortal gods. If it's the latter, it should have nothing to do with Tai immortal monarch. Guan is unable to see through the celestial Dao destiny linked to Tai immortal monarch, but he can sense its existence. Perhaps there are other immortal gods eyeing the celestial spirit great world, fortunate that they do not plan to descend in person. While playing the zither, Guan focused his attention on Shaolan. The Dao court, with its disciples, has been on the path of the great Dao for 10,000 years. This journey, fraught with countless hardships, has reduced their number to less than a third of the original. If not for Gu An's repeated interventions, they would have perished within the first 100 years of setting foot on the path of the Great Tao. The path of the Great Tao has no absolute order, only chaos and slaughter. There, no one speaks of righteousness, for every being on this path is here for the sake of an era. Under the guidance of Yuan Songzi, Shaolan has embarked on the path to chase after the title of Daoist Emperor. To become a Daoist Emperor, one must not only comprehend the Dao rules but also defeat peers and higher-level adversaries on the path of the Great Dao, constantly seizing destiny to strengthen oneself. Each Daoist Emperor has reached the summit through a series of life-and-death battles, and this is why Daoist Emperors can sweep through all beings at every realm level. With her innate talents, combined with being enveloped in Gu An's Dao intent over the years, Shaolan is very familiar with the Dao rules. The clueless Yuan Songzi even thinks that Shaolan possesses a Dao comprehension stronger than that of Emperor Tianhong and Zhao Rushan. Therefore, he has made a last-minute decision to exhaust all efforts to help Shaolan become the first Daoist Emperor of the Dao court. CTH Nafire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As a Daoist Emperor, Shaolan will inevitably be involved in the struggle between Zhao Rushan and Emperor Tianhong. Yet, because she is on the path of the Great Dao, her influence does not reach the celestial spirit great world for the time being, thus the fate of that world remains unchanged. The path of obsession, the Great Dao of thoughts. Guan murmured to himself, feeling surprised. Initially, he thought that Shaolan, who cultivated the innate reincarnation skill, would follow the path of reincarnation or the path of soul, or even the path of cause and effect, as he often used it to guide her cultivation. It seems no matter which path one followed before, once one aspires to compete for the title of Daoist Emperor, the Great Dao itself will guide the cultivator to the most suitable path for immortal cultivation. Guan began to truly look forward to Shaolan's future. Previously, Shaolan had a smooth journey thanks to his support, and her future was all within his sight. But now, Shaolan has boundless possibilities, even the potential to surpass his control. For those close to him, Guan naturally hopes they will get better and better. If they can live their own brilliance, that would be even more ideal. With these thoughts, Gu An's mood became even more brisk, and the music he played turned more ethereal, like the high mountains and flowing rivers before him, bringing peace to one's heart. Guan learned to play the zither from Shenzhen, not that he had high hopes. In the long years, he always tried different things when bored. The sound of the zither was melodious, echoing through the mountains. As the breeze blew, day turned to night, and the constellations shifted. Another 5,000 years passed by. In these 5,000 years, aside from Chen Chuan, and Xingtian, and LV Xian, also left the dojo to make their own way in the world. Chen Chuan founded the sword sect, and its momentum was fierce. And Xingtian went back to support the Yin family. Although his destiny with the Yin family had been severed, he chose a disciple from the family to instruct. LV Xian wandered the world, challenging the unparalleled geniuses of various sections. As long as his opponent was not beyond his great realm, he would not use Dao treasures, relying on his true abilities to continuously defeat formidable talents. His fame grew rapidly, and 5,000 years later, he was already among the top talents in the world. However, in the world today, the one with the most fame was still Zhao Rushan, who had mastered the Dao Court's supreme divine skill for combat, with inscrutable techniques. In this new year, Emperor Tianhong was still kneeling in the forest at the edge of Wuxia. Guan went early in the morning to pick mature medicinal herbs, and continued until evening, when he arrived at an island belonging to the Gathering Flower sect. Jianghu had prepared wine and dishes in advance, waiting for his arrival. Jianghu was now a carefree primordial immortal, and although not as formidable as a Wuxia disciple, she did not stay by Gu An's side all year round. Her cultivation level was already the strongest in this sea area. Not only the strongest, but she was also seen as a legend in the hearts of many disciples of the Gathering Flower sect, with rumors of her true capabilities. Although Jianghu was not the sect master, she still strategized and made important decisions for the Gathering Flower sect from behind the scenes. Recently LV Xian's fame has grown quite large, spreading across the 72 seas. Even our sect's disciples are discussing what kind of a sect Wuxia really is. In the pavilion halfway up the mountain, Jianghu poured wine for Guan while saying with a laugh. Beside them was a waterfall, the falling water striking the cliff and raising a misty spray, paired with the lush green flora, creating beauty and a sense of atmosphere. Guan laughed and said, Wuxia is not any sect, and I don't usually manage them that much. Jianghu continued to serve dishes to Guan and curiously asked, You've been in this world for 130,000 years. What exactly are you pursuing, or to be more precise, who are you avoiding? Like others, Jianghu also felt that Guan had the capability to turn the world upside down before he even met her. She believed he was just putting on a show. What she did not know was that Guan was actually younger than she was. Guan did not specifically clarify this, as admitting the truth would hardly be believed by anyone, and may even plant the seeds of potential trouble. Pursuing? I am hoping for my current lifestyle to continue for a very long time, until I become tired of it. Guan said earnestly, then emptied the cup of wine in one gulp. Really? Jianghu looked at Guan, as if she was trying to see through him. Guan raised his hand, took out a scroll, and handed it to Jianghu, saying, This is a formation I created. Study it well, and if you can master it, it could protect the Gathering Flower sect for 1,000,000 years without worries. That powerful? Jianghu was pleasantly surprised. She was very interested in formations, as could be seen from the incident at 8 Scenic Cave Heaven. She directly used her divine sense to probe the scroll. Meanwhile, Guan started to talk about the interesting things he had heard recently. Initially, she was just humoring him, but later on, she was completely engrossed in the content of the scroll. Guan simply shook his head with a wry smile, not too concerned. He looked up at the celestial vault, his gaze turning profound. Recently, a strange power was approaching the celestial spirit great world, which might bring disaster. Following this strange power and his deductions, he discovered that many great thousand worlds had already been contaminated by it, and these worlds had plunged into chaos as a result. Those tinged with this power would become violent and bloodthirsty. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 645, Gu An's Reincarnation. Such a bizarre force sweeping across the vast great thousand world, the celestial court should notice it, right? Guan thought silently, although he didn't know exactly where the celestial court was. As he came into contact with more immortal gods, he always felt that immortal gods were omnipresent, and the power of the celestial court was even more domineering, disregarding the wishes of all beings. As for the mysterious, strange force, Guan didn't pay much attention to it. Even if it spread to the celestial spirit great world, it was just another phase of cultivation for all beings, as long as it didn't endanger him. After a long while, when the food had all gone cold, Jianghu's attention finally shifted away from the array scroll. She looked at Guan and exclaimed, Is this really an array that humans can create? It's too vast and intricate, and from the described effects, it seems as terrifying as the rules of heaven and earth. She felt if this array were to be leaked, it would certainly cause a bloodbath, and if someone else had given it to her, she would not dare accept it. It would take many years to master, you should study it on your own first, Guan said softly with a chuckle. What he provided was not just the array itself. The Daoist techniques contained within were enough for Jiang Qiong to comprehend for 1,000,000 years. Jiang Qiong nodded. She stored the scroll in her storage ring, looking at Guan with eyes full of amazement and deep affection. She sighed, "The things you've given me are becoming harder and harder to repay. To be honest, it's pretty stressful." "Then return it to me?" Guan asked with annoyance. Didn't he know Jiang Qiong well? This woman just wanted to tease him on the pretext. Jiang Qiong laughed playfully. "That won't do, it's already been given." Then she changed the subject and began to talk about the happenings within the Gathering Flower sect. As the person of the highest seniority within the sect, she naturally spoke from the perspective of an elder, leaving Guan feeling like they were chatting about family matters. Guan didn't find it boring. On the contrary, he was very interested, occasionally asking questions. Half an hour later. "By the way, do you still remember Lu Lingjun? She stayed in your third medicine valley once. She's an ascender. The ascension sect she established is doing quite well, having already gained a foothold." When Jiang Qiong brought up Lu Lingjun, her tone became cheerful. At the same time, she was observing Gu An's expression. She remembered, an Xian had mentioned a long time ago that Lu Lingjun wanted to take Guan as her Dao companion. Ever since Gu An's true identity was revealed, Lu Lingjun seemed to have lost contact with Guan, not because he didn't want to see her, but because she didn't dare to see him. Over the years, Jiang Qiong had also dealt with Lu Lingjun, and she felt that there was an inherent pride in her. It seemed this woman couldn't accept that Guan was such a strong being. However, Jiang Qiong suspected that the fact that Lu Lingjun was still alive today, and the Ascension sect had developed so well, was due to Gu An's covert assistance. After she finished talking about Lu Lingjun's situation, she still couldn't see any sign from Gu An's face. Guan seemed completely indifferent to Lu Lingjun. Guan showed a smile and said, "Indeed, talking to you is quite interesting. These things I couldn't see within the beginningless." Seeing that he was uninterested in Lu Lingjun, Jiang Qiong couldn't help but ask, "Do you always cultivate? Don't you get bored?" She could never understand why Guan had left the Supreme Sect. If he disliked the Supreme Sect, he could switch to another sect or city to stay. Why hide in a deserted mountain? She could only think that it was for the sake of cultivation. "My life is far more interesting than you think," Guan said proudly. Jiang Qiong raised her eyebrows, skeptical. Guan laughed and said, "For me, the past 130,000 years have been much slower than the time you have experienced. Take the past 100 years for example. I served as a guard for an emperor in the human world for 60 years, aiding 4 emperors. He was telling the truth. In the recent 10,000 years, he liked to experience various identities in the mortal world. Except for when gathering medicinal herbs, he always used his original body to experience them, and in each identity, he never used his mana. He too would get injured and grow old. Isn't this another form of reincarnation?" Jiang Qiong never expected Guan would do such a thing. She found it both absurd and somewhat interesting to think that a powerful being who could overturn the entire great world was scrambling for power and profit with mortals in the mortal world. Maybe she should try it too. After all, she no longer had to personally oversee the Gathering Flower sect. What followed was Guan speaking, with Jiang Qiong listening. The more stories she heard, the more she felt that what Guan was doing was not out of boredom, but a form of cultivation. The sun was shining brightly, the sky clear and cloudless. Above the mountains, numerous cultivators were flying on their swords, as fast as the wind. Their gathering created a tremendous force that shook the mountains and forests violently. In the midst of the crowd, 2 young men flew side by side on their swords. One of them, a youth in black, turned to his companion and excitedly asked, "Long Lin, what kind of demon do you think we'll encounter this time?" The youth known as Long Lin was dressed in a tight blue garment, looking even more handsome and extraordinary in demeanor than the youth in black. Long Lin looked ahead, a smile on his face as he said, "I heard it's a great demon that has lived for 10,000 years. Otherwise, the sect wouldn't send out so many disciples." "A great demon that has lived for 10,000 years? How terrifying could that be? The youth in black suddenly grew worried. Long Lin glanced at him and chuckled. Yang Nian, if you're scared, it's not too late to go back now. Upon hearing this, the youth named Yang Nian's eyes widened immediately, and he said, how could I possibly be scared? I'm just worried about the other disciples. If our Changyang sect loses this battle, the consequences are unimaginable. Long Lin gazed forward, smiling without saying a word. It wasn't just them, the other disciples of Changyang's sect around them were also discussing the upcoming battle. The Changyang sect had been established for thousands of years and was considered a hegemon on the continent, but they had never contended with a 10,000-year-old demon before. By the way, Long Lin, I heard from an elder brother that your clan has found you? Is that true? Yang Nian asked curiously. He and Long Lin had both been orphans since they were young, raised by an old man in the mountains. By a stroke of fortune, they joined the Changyang sect, and Long Lin was found to have an excellent spirit root. Yang Nian owed his present status to Long Lin's support. He never expected that Long Lin wasn't an orphan and that his clan was looking for him. He felt envious but also happy for Long Lin. Yeah, they told me that my parents didn't abandon me, but rather they perished while on a mission and had to leave me somewhere. The jade pendant my parents left me is actually a high-tier spiritual artifact, and that's also how my clan found me. They want me to return, and I am still considering it, Long Lin replied calmly. Yang Nian continued to probe, is your family powerful? How does it compare with Changyang sect? They should be powerful. They have already persuaded the higher-ups of the sect, and it seems the higher-ups have gained significant benefits and are strongly urging me to return, Long Lin said. Yang Nian felt even more envious at the response. Why didn't he have such a background? Before their cultivation, it was he who protected Long Lin, but ever since they began to cultivate, the roles reversed, and now it was Long Lin taking care of him. Yang Nian was grateful to Long Lin but also couldn't help feeling a surging envy in his heart. He felt that the heavens favored Long Lin, always letting him encounter good luck, whereas he was left without support. Even with Long Lin's help, trouble always seemed to find him. Sar the Oval Fire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If that's the case, what's there to consider? Yang Nian tried to restrain his jealousy and forced a smile as he asked. Let's better think about how we're going to fight next, Long Lin said, dodging the question. He hesitated because the Long family does not accept outsiders. Over the years, he could sense the changes in Yang Nian's attitude and didn't want to provoke him with this matter. But still, just thinking about the words of that family member, a look of longing couldn't help but appear in Long Lin's eyes. It is said that there are immortals in the Long family, beings who exist beyond the Mahayana realm, transcendental in existence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 646, Old acquaintances meet. The mountains overlapped, and the lands seemed like dragon ridges pressed together. On one such ridge, Guan stood in front of a cliff, while an Xian was meditating and cultivating nearby. Has it already begun? Guan looked into the distance, thinking this way. It had been 7,000 years since he had given the array scroll to Jianghu. 7,000 years had passed, and that mysterious and eerie force had finally seeped into the Great Thousand World. Its method of infiltration was not through a world gate but directly into the Tao rules of the Great Thousand World. This was an unstoppable invasion method, as its infiltration trajectory couldn't be fully tracked, at least not by the celestial spirit god. On the continent where Guan was, he saw a bloodline member of the Long family. This youth was named Long Lin, whose best friend was invaded by the eerie force, and he would become increasingly jealous and violent in the future, causing many troubles in Long Lin's life. Guan, however, had no intention of intervening. Long Lin was too distant in relation, equivalent to a stranger. If he were to protect every descendant of the Long family, it would be too exhausting, as the bloodline had already surpassed 1 billion in number, though most had changed names. Although the youth named Yang Nian might take a wrong path, he wouldn't pose a threat to Long Lin's life. Even without the invasion of the eerie force, it was not uncommon in the human world for brothers and best friends to destroy each other out of jealousy. Master, another calamity befalls the human world? Enzin's voice rang out, and Guan turned his head, seeing her opening her eyes with tightly furrowed brows. Guan inquired, what did you see? The Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. My immortal emperor's eye senses a disturbingly evil force, and my future self also informed me that the human world would face unprecedented tribulations soon, and this disaster will also cover other great thousand worlds. An Xian spoke worriedly. Although her future self was manifested through karmic evolution and might not prove true, it still hinted at major trends in the future. Guan nodded slightly, quite satisfied with Enzin's cultivation results. Enzin's immortal emperor's eye not only could devour power to transform it into her own but also borrow strength from her past and future selves. This was somewhat similar to the celestial dragon reincarnation dharma aspect. However, the future self she summoned was formed from karma. Once the future self appeared, its associated future would vanish, making the karmic ties here complex, but through summoning her future self, she could gain predictions on the future trends of the cosmos. In addition, the immortal emperor's eye inherently possessed a powerful suppressive force. At the scene, when she sparred with Tian Hao, she pulled Tian Hao into an illusion realm, forcefully crushing his Dao heart. In the immortal emperor's eye's illusion realm, Tian Hao's senses were misled, perceiving everything encountered inside as real occurrences. The immortal emperor's eye contained immense power, which would aid an Xian to grow stronger. Even if an Xian did not become a Daoist emperor, with the immortal emperor's eye, she could still contend with a Daoist emperor. Indeed, the forthcoming calamities will indeed arrive at the various great thousand worlds. However, the scope of this disaster is boundless and will surely attract stronger beings for suppression, so you needn't worry too much, Guan responded. Thinking about the Daoist emperor, his thoughts couldn't help but drift to the path of the great Dao. More of his old friends began to pursue the Daoist emperor. Ji Xiaoyu, Zhang Buku, Tian Hao, Zhu Shi. The path of the great Dao was far broader than the great thousand world, with countless cultivators striving within. Meeting these few would not be easy. However, Ji Xiaoyu did meet Shaolan, all thanks to Yuan Songzi's efforts. Yuan Songzi aimed to unite the strengths of the celestial spirit great world, lending mutual assistance. Guan watched over Ji Xiaoyu and Shaolan while guiding an Xian in comprehending the Dao better. Whether Enzin's attention was diverted or not was unclear, but she soon became absorbed in enlightenment, forgetting the outside world. In the dim cosmic void, an desolate meteor quietly hovered, with a monastery perched upon its surface. In a hall, cultivators of the Dao court were meditating before a gigantic Buddha statue. Shaolan gazed at the statue, lost in thought. This Buddha is from Ling Mountain. The owner of this monastery was once a devotee of Ling Mountain. In the heart of a Buddhist cultivator, Ling Mountain is the supreme holy land. A voice came, interrupting Shaolan's thoughts. Shaolan turned her head, quickly getting up to salute. The meticulously dressed and regal Ji Xiaoyu approached her. Now, Ji Xiaoyu mostly walked in the identity of the reincarnation Dao Emperor. Her cultivation level might not match Yuan Songzi, but Yuan Songzi treated her with respect, addressing her as fellow Daoist, which garnered significant respect from the Dao court's talents for her. Senior, is Ling Mountain truly formidable? Where is it? Shaolan asked curiously. Ever since meeting the reincarnation Dao Emperor, the reincarnation Dao Emperor had always clarified her doubts, treating her with much kindness, fostering strong goodwill in her towards the reincarnation Dao Emperor. Ji Xiaoyu turned her gaze back to the great Buddha statue, saying, Ling Mountain is elusive, I've only heard about it, but what can be confirmed is Ling Mountain stands above the great thousand world, and the capabilities of Ling Mountain's various Buddhas are beyond our imagination. Indeed, Ling Mountain is formidable. In the great thousand world where I originated, there once appeared a disciple from Ling Mountain's Buddhist sect, who single-handedly saved countless beings and suppressed the outer heaven evil demon. Even after his departure, many legends about him persisted in the human world. Yuan Songzi walked over, stroking his beard with a smile, his gaze towards the great Buddha statue filled with nostalgia. Shaolan was filled with yearning. This monastery, though ownerless, could provide them shelter, and it was built by a mere believer of Ling Mountain. How mighty must the Buddhas of Ling Mountain be? For years on the path of the Great Tao, Shaolan's horizons had vastly widened. Yet, wonders she heard continued to leave her in awe. Yuan Songzi turned to Ji Xiaoyu, asking, "Have you chosen the next opponent?" The forces on the path of the Great Tao were more numerous than the stars of the Great Thousand World. Many forces, like the Tao court, came to create a Daoist emperor, so they would establish contacts, setting a time and place for combat resourced by each one's capabilities without forming enmity among the forces. Both Ji Xiaoyu and Shaolan were competing to become a Daoist emperor, but Ji Xiaoyu had a higher cultivation level, so she led the way, with the Tao court currently supporting her, enabling Shaolan to gain experience more easily. "Yes, a prodigy from Xianxia Great World whose cultivation level is very similar to mine," Ji Xiaoyu answered, her tone calm. Yuan Songzi was about to continue questioning when suddenly the entire hall began to tremble. An overwhelming pressure emanated from outside the monastery, startling the meditating cultivators from the Tao court, causing them to stand up, ready themselves tensely. Yuan Songzi frowned, projecting his divine sense towards the Tao void. He saw two figures battling deep in the void, colliding like two brilliant suns, causing the Tao rules to tremble, and the immense pressure made the meteor they sat upon tremble incessantly. "Is that?" It seemed Yuan Songzi recognized one of them, his expression turning exceptionally grim. The Tao court cultivators became even more tense. When Yuan Songzi initially confronted immortal gods, he never showed such an expression. Could there be a presence outside more terrifying than the immortal gods? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 647, 5 Trillion Years Lifespan. Do you know who is fighting outside, senior? Ji Xiaoyu noticed Yuan Songzi's expression and couldn't help but ask. She appeared calm, but inside she felt terrified. Just feeling the momentum of the battle from afar gave her a dreadful sense of being turned to dust. On the path of the Great Tao, daring to fight so recklessly, these are indeed conceited individuals, for the path harbors many dangers, and making too much noise only invites trouble. Her cooperation with the Tao court was precisely to have them help set up a barrier to prevent the aura of her battles with other Tianjiao from leaking. Yuan Songzi took a deep breath and said, "One of them comes from ascending to yellow heaven, named Zhou Jie. This person has killed countless people and proves the Tao with killing intent. If he detects our aura, we will all die." Upon hearing this, everyone was alarmed, even Shaolan couldn't remain calm. Ji Xiaoyu frowned. She knew of ascending to yellow heaven, a terrifying Daoist lineage, even involving reincarnation. However, Zhou Jie's opponent is also very strong. Perhaps they will leave soon, so there's no need to panic. After all, the formation in this monastery is quite exquisite, Yuan Songzi continued, his words slightly easing the tension among the crowd, though no one dared to let their guard down. Shaolan looked at everyone, feeling deeply moved. These seniors hold high positions in the celestial spirit great world, essentially wielding the power of life and death over all beings. Yet on the path of the Great Tao, they are as insignificant as dust, being extremely cautious and careful. Everyone held their breath, not daring to speak, fearing even a sound might disturb the terrifying presence outside. However, the oppressive force of the battle drew closer, as if the fighting parties were approaching, and even Yuan Songzi began to sweat on his forehead. Suddenly, the oppressive force rushed into the distance and disappeared in an instant, making everyone even more tense. For a long time. Only after more than half an hour did everyone finally relax, believing the opponents had left. They gathered around Yuan Songzi, inquiring about the origins of ascending to yellow heaven. Ji Xiaoyu looked at Shaolan, her eyes complex, unsure of her thoughts. Time flies, and the years go by swiftly. As strange forces invaded the celestial spirit great world, more and more beings became violent, leading to increasing conflicts in the human world. This did not affect Gu An's life. He continued to enjoy his leisurely years, only occasionally diverting his focus to watch over old friends, including those on the path of the Great Tao. If they faced danger, he would help protect them, but he made it seem like their own luck. Years passed quickly. After 10,000 years, the human world completely shed its cloak of peace, with conflicts arising everywhere. Even the Jianghu sect went to war with surrounding forces. The boundless celestial vault began to show lingering clouds. Guan still did not intervene to change anything. Another 10,000 years passed. That late summer, just past noon, Guan walked through the woods, pulling up his attribute panel for a check. Name, Guan, lifespan, 161, 845/5, 048, 752, 108, 241, physique, primordial reincarnation undying body, cultivation level, Miaozhen Daluo immortal realm perfection, 5 trillion years of life expectancy. He hesitated whether to break through. The last breakthrough cost 1.8 trillion years of life. He feared 5 trillion wouldn't suffice for the perfection realm of the next great realm. Guan pondered, pacing leisurely through the woods, with the breeze gently stirring his robes. Looking up, the celestial vault between the leaves appeared dim, more like dusk than noon. After a while, Guan stopped walking. He stood by a small river, with a figure kneeling across it. It was Emperor Tianhong. Emperor Tianhong had been kneeling here for over 50,000 years, yet he seemed without the slightest sign of decline, his long beard touching the ground, face clear. Were it not for his knees sunk deep in the soil, one might not believe he had knelt so long. Though he engaged in no qi absorption cultivation, his cultivation level broke through to the Tao void profound immortal realm, purely through enlightenment. Notably, his breakthrough involved no crossing the tribulation nor the slightest disturbance. After all these years of kneeling, what is your greatest realization? Gu An's voice reached Emperor Tianhong's ear, making him open his eyes suddenly. Upon seeing Guan, he was lost in a daze. Though he had never met Guan before, for some reason, seeing Guan for the first time, he felt the other was the supporting Dao sword venerable. To him, Gu An's appearance seemed perfect, and though Gu An's aura was not overpowering, it gave a sense of all-embracing magnanimity. Emperor Tianhong once believed his Dao heart was tempered through countless trials, immune to strong emotions, yet he couldn't suppress the surge of excitement from his heart at this moment. Trembling all over, he couldn't articulate his complex emotions. Seeing Emperor Tianhong so overwhelmed, Guan smiled gently, his smile like a spring breeze blowing into Emperor Tianhong's heart, dissolving his tension and excitement. Emperor Tianhong took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and cautiously said, "My greatest realization is that the strongest Daoist technique is not found in sects but pervades the world, everywhere in nature. Perhaps Wuxi's name is meant to guide all beings?" Upon finishing, Emperor Tianhong's heart was in his throat, afraid had offended the supporting Dao sword venerable. The longer head knelt, the more he revered Guan, sensing it was Guan guiding him to enlightenment. Guan chuckled, "Perhaps so, everyone has their own understanding. Do you wish to take me as your master?" Emperor Tianhong's eyes widened with excitement. "Sword venerable, I do. I very much want to. Will you accept me?" Guan raised his right hand, and a sword flew from his palm, swiftly enlarging, its point facing upward, hovering before him. The sword was exquisite, radiating a faint silver glow, with what seemed like stars adorning it. "This is the Dao treasure of Wuxia, named the Longevity Sword. You may use it to save this human world. When you become a savior, return the sword, and then decide whether you wish to be my disciple." As Guan introduced the sword, the Longevity Sword flew to Emperor Tianhong. Emperor Tianhong could feel the vast Dao intent within the sword, yet he wasn't captivated, instead directing his attention to Guan, urgently saying, "I can decide now, willing to be your disciple." Guan replied meaningfully, "When you have the highest fame and power, and discern your own destiny pattern, then make your decision. There's no rush, if you are willing by then, I will accept you." Hearing this, Emperor Tianhong calmed down. "Now go." Guan continued, upon which Emperor Tianhong stood up, clutching the Longevity Sword. In an instant, a vast memory surged into his mind, leaving him stunned. Sar the novel Fire. Net ** website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Seeing this, Guan crossed the small river, passing by him. Go for the breakthrough after all. With his back to Emperor Tianhong, Guan thought silently. He followed his thoughts with anticipation. What lies beyond the Miaozhen Daluo immortal realm? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 648, Endless Dao Mountain. After parting with Emperor Tianhong, Guan took a trip to the Taicang continent, picking medicinal herbs at the mountain god temple, then went alone into the uninhabited mountains and forests, far away from the mundane world. He sat under a tree and activated the lifespan breakthrough. You have activated the lifespan breakthrough function. Based on your current realm, the following breakthrough locations have been selected for you. 1. Path of the Great Tao, 2. War Spirit Holy Mansion, 3. Taiwei Earth Core, 4. Ling Mountain, 5. River of Destiny, 6. Endless Dao Mountain, Sarch * The Novel Fire. Net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. 7. Primordial Emperor Domain, 8. Profound Abyss Divine Pool, 9. Supreme Origin Forest. Looking at the options in front of him, Guan frowned slightly. He didn't see the desperate celestial tomb. He was still planning to find a way to rescue the sins within the desperate celestial tomb after breaking through. In his view, when he breaks through again, he should have the strength to see through the desperate celestial tomb. Don't mention Miaozhen Daluo immortal, even ordinary heaven-opening Daluo immortals are rarely seen. Breaking through to a higher realm, even if he's not the strongest, he should be among the stronger existences within the Great Tao. After saving the sins, he could further investigate Fairy Yao Xian's causality through them, thereby resolving the obsessions left by the Emperor of Eternal Life. These matters, to Guan, didn't feel troublesome, but rather filled him with anticipation. In becoming stronger through cultivation, one must have opportunities to demonstrate. Could it be because the desperate celestial tomb cannot withstand my breakthrough, and these places can, that the celestial tomb did not appear? Guan suddenly had a speculation. If so, could it be inferred that these 9 places possess power beyond the Miaozhen Daluo immortal? Even if they don't, these places can still nurture stronger Daluo immortals, something beyond the capability of the celestial spirit great world. Don't mention Daluo immortals, the celestial spirit great world can't even nurture golden immortals. Guan silently pondered, and after some thought, he chose Endless Dao Mountain. The name alone sounded profound and elusive, and it provided better concealment. To be teleported to Endless Dao Mountain will consume 10 billion years of lifespan. Do you wish to continue? Continue. An unfamiliar sensation surged forth, causing him to instinctively close his eyes, and his senses followed suit, losing function. After a while, he felt his feet touch the ground, and he immediately opened his eyes, almost instantly activating the lifespan barrier. After setting up the lifespan barrier, he had time to observe the environment. As far as the eye could see, the celestial vault was dim as the void of the universe, with towering mountains standing on the earth, rising and falling, their ends unseen, and the number of peaks uncountable. Even at his Miaozhen Daluo immortal realm perfection state, Guan could not see the boundaries of this world. Is this another place in an infinitely expanding universe and earth? He observed that every mountain around him contained an immense Dao intent, as if nurturing a great Dao. The oppressive atmosphere of the world made the Endless Dao Mountain appear like majestic deities in the darkness, exuding a sense of vastness and magnitude. The mountain under Guan's feet was extraordinarily huge, even standing on the summit felt like standing on a vast continent. Its height exceeded the distance from the 9 spirit continents ground to outer heaven. The mountain he stood upon wasn't even the highest Dao mountain. In the distance stood towering mountains like heavenly barriers, imposing to the extreme. Endless Dao Mountain, I wonder how far it is from the great thousand world, thought Guan curiously, as he had never heard of the Endless Dao Mountain before. The more mysterious and powerful places there were, the happier Guan felt. If the end of the great Tao were so easy to reach, the joy of cultivation would diminish significantly. Guan sat down cross-legged and then called up the attribute panel. First, he worked to enhance his physique, as it had been a while since he made any improvements. Guan invested 100 billion years of lifespan directly, but the primordial reincarnation undying body did not transform. He continued investing. Ultimately, after spending a total of 400 billion years of lifespan, the primordial reincarnation undying body ascended to the primordial Tao creation body. Vast amounts of Tao's spiritual qi gathered, causing the ground beneath Guan's feet to light up with Tao light, confined within the barrier, while the mountain's surface outside the barrier exhibited no changes for the time being. Soon, Guan became engrossed in the inheritance. The primordial Tao creation body retained the features of the previous physique, undying through reincarnation, ferocious mana, and the capability to create new great Tao. Indeed, great Tao independent of the 3,000 great Tao. It's based on personal mana and physical strength. Just like before, no matter how mighty the transformation, Guan completed the transformation in less than an hour. He opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing within them. Create a Tao? He suddenly thought, with countless great Tao, even he couldn't ascertain the exact number. Could some great Tao have been created by cultivators? This hypothesis could not be answered for the time being, so he turned his gaze to the cultivation techniques in the attribute panel. Next was the enhancement of the main cultivation technique. Guan invested 100 billion years of lifespan into the Daoist dominator skill. Finally, after expending nearly 350 billion years of lifespan, he upgraded the Daoist dominator skill to the myriad Tao extinction skill. The myriad Tao extinction skill shifted from the previous vastness to one filled with slaughter traits, with domination leading to extinction, leaving not a trace, ultimately leaving only oneself, surpassing the great Tao. An hour later, Guan continued upgrading. Sun and Moon selfless divine Tao ascended to Tao Qi eternal divine sense, consuming nearly 300 billion years of lifespan. This was Guan's main reliance for hiding cultivation level and aura, he wouldn't neglect it. The upgrades continued. Daoist celestial net step ascended to great primordial celestial net step, consuming nearly 400 billion years of lifespan. Hongmeng void golden body ascended to great Tao formless body, consuming 300 billion years of lifespan. This secret skill evolved from the demon shadow divine skill, capable of transformation and isolating causality and fate deductions, greatly aiding Guan in remaining concealed. Another hour passed. Guan mastered the great Tao formless body. Even without activating this secret skill, his physical body possessed the capability to avoid being deduced, and this body could also elevate his aura and suppression, serving as a suppressive divine skill. Having completed the conventional enhancements, he had to consider battle methods next. According to past conventions, Guan should improve his sword Tao, but now he wanted to enhance the Immortal Emperor's Eye. The Immortal Emperor's Eye was too powerful for him to give up, but it would provoke the Celestial Court's suspicion. He must upgrade the Immortal Emperor's Eye to a stronger stage to avoid their detection. While Guan contemplated, changes emerged in the tumultuous endless Tao mountain. Due to Guan's continuous upgrades of Daoist techniques, the Tao rules in the heavens and earth began having strange alterations, causing gales to roar, lightning to flash, thunder to rumble, and some Tao mountains to faintly tremble. Before, there had been no sign of any living being. But now, they appeared. Guan looked in a direction, spotting a massive black silhouette on the summit of a majestic Tao mountain far away. The figure was humanoid, standing atop the peak, mysterious to the extreme, akin to an ancient demon god. He couldn't use lifespan detection on it, indicating the other party had not revealed their true self. Even so, the other party's aura sent chills through his heart. Miao Zhen Daluo immortal. And not at the early stage. Guan merely glanced over and paid no mind. With the lifespan barrier in place, it would be difficult for the other party to discover him. He began to invest lifespan into the Immortal Emperor's Eye. Right from the start, it was 100 billion years of lifespan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 649, Breakthrough to Tao Extreme Daluo Immortal. You invested 10 billion years of lifespan into cultivating the Immortal Emperor's Eye. You have spent 1 billion years cultivating the Immortal Emperor's Eye, and your understanding of the great Tao of cause and effect has improved. You have spent 10 billion years cultivating the immortal Emperor's Eye, and your understanding of the great Tao of illusion and reality has improved. You have spent 50 billion years cultivating the immortal Emperor's Eye, and the power of your immortal Emperor's Eye has grown stronger. Notifications flashed before Gu An's eyes, but a full 10 billion years of lifespan was not enough to transform the immortal Emperor's Eye. Guan was not surprised. After all, this was a formidable divine skill feared by the celestial court. He continued to invest lifespan, still in increments of 10 billion years. Failure. Another 10 billion years. Guan had over 400 billion years of lifespan remaining, so 10 billion years was nothing to him. Continuous failures, continuous investment. When the invested lifespan exceeded 1,000 billion years, a subtle change appeared in Gu An's eyes. It wasn't until the immortal Emperor's Eye advanced that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. A total of 1,800 billion years of lifespan was consumed, and the immortal Emperor's Eye advanced to become the absolute void eye. An endless stream of memories poured into Gu An's mind, causing him to close his eyes and immerse himself in them, as if the vast information of the 3,000 great Tao rushed into his mind, plunging even someone with a perfection in the Miaozhen Daoist immortal realm into chaos. The absolute void eye not only can manipulate reality and illusion but can also create them, an almost omnipotent eye whose creations vanish when the user's mana is exhausted. In battle, it can turn an opponent's divine skills, spells, and even mana into nothingness. This is not only suppression against the weak, but even against those with higher cultivation levels, it exerts a certain degree of suppression. The great Tao phenomena caused by the absolute void eye far exceed those from before, with the endless Tao mountain still ravaged by fierce winds, and silhouettes appearing consecutively on the distant Tao mountain. Even a figure shrouded in grey mist appeared atop a nearby Tao mountain, not revealing their true form. This grey mist figure looked up at the dark celestial vault, seemingly searching for the source of the phenomenon, unaware that the source was right beside him on the neighboring Tao mountain. The two Tao mountains were connected, but the distance between their peaks spanned tens of millions of miles, a distance insurmountable in a lifetime for mortals, but merely a step away for the grey mist figure. Time passed quickly. An hour later. Guan opened his eyes, his purple pupils transformed into gold and red, enhancing his oppressive presence. His absolute void eye focused first on the grey mist figure atop the distant mountain peak. Even at such close range, Guan could not perform lifespan detection on him, as if some force protected the cultivators in this world. However, even without lifespan detection, Guan could perceive the other's cultivation level. Late stage of celestial creation Daoist immortal realm. A heaven-opening Daoist immortal can cultivate in the endless Tao mountain, prompting Guan to suddenly harbor thoughts. After the breakthrough, should I stay here and observe for a while? First, accomplish the breakthrough and see how strong he becomes. Guan reopened his attribute panel. Aside from the consumption in lifespan evolution, the lifespan barrier had also been continuously consuming lifespan, leaving him with more than 450 billion years of lifespan. He began investing lifespan into his cultivation level. You cultivate the qi absorption for 2 billion years, and use the great achievement of the myriad Dao extinction skill to forcefully impact the Dao extreme Daoist immortal realm, beginning to cross the tribulation, but failed to survive the infinite celestial void great tribulation, resulting in attribution. You cultivate the qi absorption for 4 billion years, and use the great achievement of the myriad Dao extinction skill to forcefully impact the Dao extreme Daoist immortal realm, beginning to cross the tribulation, but failed to survive the infinite celestial void great tribulation, resulting in attribution. Why does it take 2 billion years just for one tribulation? And that's even after I've improved my Daoist techniques and physique. Guan suddenly felt that it might be challenging to reach the perfection realm of the next great realm this time. In any case, first achieve this so-called Dao extreme Daoist immortal. 100 billion years only resulted in 5 breakthroughs, and after the 5 breakthroughs failed, Guan directly invested 1,000 billion years of lifespan. Notifications kept popping up, all indicating failure. 50 tribulations, all ending in failure. Guan continued to invest. 1,000 billion years followed by another 1,000 billion years. Failure. 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 Guan focused intensely, the absolute void eye flashing with a terrifying gaze. The great Tao phenomenon of the endless Tao mountain began to weaken. The figures standing atop the mountain peaks disappeared consecutively, though some remained observing. The gray mist figure on the nearby Tao mountain did not vanish. He looked around, never settling his gaze on the Tao mountain where Guan stood. Guan no longer paid attention to him, focusing entirely on the notifications before him. After failing with 10,000 billion years of lifespan, he realized the problem was significant. Is it really this difficult to break through to Tao Extreme Daoist Immortal? Or is the infinite celestial void Great Tribulation more terrifying than he imagined? As Guan pondered, he continued to invest lifespan. Yet, after throwing in a second 10,000 billion years of lifespan, there was still no sign of success. He frowned slightly and persisted in investing more. After a while, he finally succeeded in breaking through. The novel _fire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. You cultivate the chi absorption for 58 billion years, and use the great achievement of the myriad Tao extinction skill to forcefully impact the Tao Extreme Daoist Immortal realm, beginning to cross the tribulation, surviving the infinite celestial void Great Tribulation, and succeeding in crossing the tribulation. Your cultivation level breaks through to the early stage of the Tao Extreme Daoist Immortal realm. You cultivate the chi absorption for 10 billion years, and your cultivation level increases. As the notification fell, the lifespan barrier activated again, far more majestic than before. The Tao's spiritual chi engulfed Guan, immersing him in the strong light of the great Tao. Just reaching the early stage cost Guan 23,000 billion years of lifespan. He dared not continue to break through. After all, he still needed to save lifespan for the lifespan barrier. First achieve the Tao Extreme Daoist Immortal. Boom! The dark celestial vaults suddenly exploded with a thunderous sound, akin to a great dragon coiling in the heavens, larger than any mountain ridge between heaven and earth, alarming the cultivators practicing within the Tao mountains. In Guan's perception, the auras of more and more cultivators emerged, as if the night sky was illuminated and the stars appeared. He was astounded. Just how many powerful beings are hidden here? Even the weakest aura belonged to a heaven-balancing golden immortal, with most being Tai Ching golden immortals, and several auras caused his heart to palpitate. They must be Tao Extreme Daoist immortals. Could this endless Tao mountain be some holy land for enlightenment? Guan pondered, seeing that no one was paying attention to the Tao mountain he resided on, sinking his consciousness into the inherited memories. Tao Extreme Daoist Immortal, the pinnacle of the Daoist Tao fruit, is the ultimate limit beings can reach. To become stronger, one cannot rely anymore on cultivation and enlightenment but must create and develop one's great Tao. In a sense, Tao Extreme Daoist Immortal is the culmination of the immortal Tao. Beyond that, it's not the immortal Tao but the great Tao. Guan's Daoist Tao fruit began imprinting Tao extreme patterns, with each pattern containing indelible mysteries. As long as the Tao extreme patterns exist, the Tao Extreme Daoist Immortal will not fall, and the Tao extreme patterns are not merely on the Tao fruit but interwoven within the infinite realm of the great Tao. Even if the Daoist Tao fruit is destroyed, resurrection is possible, though with one less Tao extreme pattern upon revival. There are a total of 49 Tao extreme patterns, meaning the Tao Extreme Daoist Immortal can resurrect 49 times. Even if dissipated, they can be reborn. A Tao Extreme Daoist Immortal with Tao extreme patterns is nearly an immortal existence. To annihilate a Tao Extreme Daoist Immortal completely is exceedingly difficult. Even if slain, they can revive. One can only imagine the despair faced against a Tao Extreme Daoist Immortal. Moreover, Guan's mana is also transforming, evolving toward the ultimate power of the immortal Tao. During this process, his life-bound great divine power, longevity true words, is undergoing a qualitative transformation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 650. Causeless Realm. As Guan completed the formation of 49 Tao extreme patterns, his consciousness awoke from the state of enlightenment, and he could feel an earth-shattering transformation within himself. He had transformed into a Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal. Within, the barrier was filled with the intense light of the great Dao, and outside, the dark celestial vault gleamed with purple-red iridescence, both bewitching and terrifying. Guan could sense that the number of cultivators alarmed by this exceeded 100,000, and it was still rising. Nearby, there were also a few Dao mountains where the presence of cultivators emerged, but compared to the endless Dao mountain, these figures were far less numerous than the number of Dao mountains. After attaining the Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal, Guan's divine sense also underwent a qualitative change. He could feel the end of the endless Dao mountain. At this moment, new Dao mountains were still forming on the fringes, continuously expanding this world. The distant end he could see was beyond the reach of even Miaozhen Daluo Immortal, and with the ongoing birth of Dao mountains, the name Endless Dao Mountain was truly deserving. Before his breakthrough, the speculation was correct. There indeed existed several Dao Extreme Daluo Immortals in the Endless Dao Mountain. Their Dao Mountain stood as the tallest among them, while the Dao Mountain beneath Guan's feet was like a small hill before empty Tai in comparison, and the Dao intent contained in those massive Dao Mountains was majestic. Even the most mediocre mortal spirit could ascend to immortality while residing on such Dao Mountains. Furthermore, Guan also felt various heavenly court destinies here, similar to the destinies of the celestial spirit god and the 72 immortals of the Golden Cave, even possessing the destiny of a Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal. Guan had a sense of engaging with a high-level map, becoming even more interested in the endless Dao Mountain. The breakthrough was not yet over, his cultivation level continued to rise, and the anomaly brought to the endless Dao Mountain began to wane. The elusive Dao rules writhed like a startled swarm of dragons, and the terrifying might of the Dao caused the supposedly unshakable Dao Mountains to tremble. Guan summoned his attribute panel to examine. During the breakthrough process, the lifespan barrier consumed 3 trillion years of lifespan, which was not a small number. Guan continued to invest his lifespan into his cultivation level. Any breakthrough was worth it. Soon, he once again seized the opportunity for a breakthrough. Consuming 800 million years of lifespan, he advanced to the mid-stage of the Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal realm. The Dao rules in the world once again raged violently, intertwining heavenly thunders that could destroy the great thousand world, shifting colors, magnificent, and mysterious. This beauty cannot mask their dangerous aura. From the early to mid-stage of a Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal, Guan didn't need to immerse himself in inheritance. He began to observe the endless Dao Mountain. Attaining Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal, his ability of deduction also rapidly strengthened. He no longer needed to cast spells or use divine skills or the power of the great Dao. He only needed to think to reach the answer. His gaze swept across, and answers continuously emerged in his mind. The endless Dao Mountain, a holy land of cultivation above all heavens. Almost every cultivator who comes here has a significant background. The reason why those figures were shrouded in mysterious black and gray auras was not of their own doing, but because of the protective power of the rules of the endless Dao Mountain. As long as they stepped into this place, they would be enveloped by the power of the rules, preventing deduction. The endless Dao Mountain is unowned, and immortal gods, human demons, and demon evils may all come to seek enlightenment. Combat is not allowed here, even immortal gods must abide by the rules. Guan also found a place from where he could leave the endless Dao Mountain. Different places lead to different cosmic planes, some emanating an aura making him wary to explore. He even suspected that a certain place might connect to the celestial court. Whatever he wanted to understand, he could get an answer, unless it involved a power higher than his own. This was no longer mere deduction but a higher tier power, a power that could only be unlocked by reaching Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal. Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal, nearly immortal, omniscient, and omnipotent, truly the pinnacle of the immortal Dao. While enjoying the improvement of his cultivation level, Guan's gaze swept over, gaining a deeper and deeper understanding of the endless Dao Mountain. He decided to return and have a look sometime later. Although he could not yet determine how far the endless Dao Mountain was from the celestial spirit great world, he could leave a mark and trace this realm from the celestial spirit great world. Time flowed swiftly. Those existing at the summit of the endless Dao Mountain merely observed silently, with no one choosing to flee this world. Thus the endless Dao Mountain did not descend into chaos, and no one arrived at the Dao Mountain where Guan resided. Ultimately, by the time Guan reached the mid-stage of the Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal Realm, no one invaded the Dao Mountain where he was located. He looked at his attribute panel. 900 billion years of lifespan remained. He could not break through again. Guan took a deep breath, stood up, and chose to teleport back. Immediately after, he disappeared from where he stood. The anomaly of the endless Dao Mountain had not yet completely dissipated, but the heavenly thunders in the sky gradually thinned, and the sound also diminished. At dusk. Daoist field of the beginningless. Guan leisurely continued along the mountain path. After half a day's search, his divine sense had locked onto the endless Dao Mountain. When returning to the endless Dao Mountain in the future, there is no need to use lifespan for breakthroughs again. Actually, while coming back, he could rely on himself to return. However, considering the presence of Dao Extreme Daluo Immortals and Heavenly Court Immortals at the endless Dao Mountain, he decided to proceed with caution. Using 10 billion years of lifespan to ensure safety. No matter how high the realm is, caution is needed, especially when facing beings of the same realm. Guan was in a pleasant mood. After reaching the Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal, he could see further, and the future heaven's calamities were all within his sight, posing no threat to him. He arrived at the courtyard, and his gaze turned towards Shenzhen in front of the artifact refining cauldron. He peered into the causal connection to Fairy Yao Xian within Shenzhen, seeing a line connecting to the outer heaven. He looked up, following that line across countless worlds and universes, and he saw an absolutely black void. Fairy Yao Xian's soul was hidden in that void. Moreover, there were other souls there, countless in number, all of whom were exiled by the path of cause and effect. There were existences of all realms, even Daluo immortals, all immobilized and in slumber. Causeless realm. Gu An's mind received the name of that void, and his brows furrowed. He could feel the threat of the causeless realm, which harbored extremely terrifying power. Despite being a place of exile by the path of cause and effect, it seemed there existed a will in this realm capable of free action, more frightening than the Dao Extreme Daluo Immortals of the endless Dao Mountain. It seems rescuing Fairy Yao Xian is not yet possible. Guan silently withdrew his gaze, not in a hurry. Judging by Fairy Yao Xian's current state, she wasn't suffering. Her consciousness had already fallen asleep, losing the concept of time. As long as he saved her before her soul dissipated, it wouldn't matter how much time passed in between, making no difference to her. Shenzhen seemed to sense Gu An's gaze, turning her head to look. Sir, the Oval Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Upon seeing Guan, her expression changed slightly, and she appeared a bit dazed. Although Gu An's appearance, temperament, and aura hadn't changed in the slightest, her intuition told her he had grown stronger again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 651 White-Haired Ancestor, what are you looking at? Guan asked Shenzhen with a smile. He could hear the speculations in Shenzhen's heart, but he didn't reveal them. Even in front of Shenzhen, Guan wouldn't disclose his true strength. Shenzhen snapped back to reality and asked, the Tianhong Emperor has left. Do you really think relying on him can save the world? These years, the human world has become increasingly chaotic, and she can also sense a mysterious force manipulating the lives of all beings in the shadows. Such a power must involve outer heaven. This is not the cause and effect that the Tianhong Emperor of Dao Void Profound Immortal Realm can conclude, even if he holds a Dao treasure. Guan moved a chair nearby closer to him with a wave, sat down, and said, don't underestimate his potential. He has the talent comparable to Tian Hao. Do you think he seems like an ordinary person? Does he also have an immortal god's background? Perhaps. Hearing this from Guan, Shenzhen could conclude that the Tianhong Emperor had an inseparable connection with the immortal gods. Click, click. The immortal gods are elusive and never to be seen, yet near Guan, they seem not so extraordinary. Shenzhen looked at Guan by her side, her eyes filled with a strange radiance. She was very curious about what role Guan played in the eyes of the immortal gods. Shenzhen jokingly asked, with so many immortal gods appearing before you, the celestial court's target wouldn't be you, right? If one day, the Celestial Court invites you to join the immortal class. What would you choose? That would depend on what the immortal position is, Guan replied casually. Shenzhen's eyes smiled into crescent moons as she asked, what if they invited you to tend horses? She had initially reached out to Guan because she liked his books and continued to flip through The Investiture of the Gods, Journey to the West, and Supreme Immortal Venerable, to this day. Guan threw Shenzhen a sidelong glance and said unkindly, you're so humorous. If that's the case, then I'll go tend the horses and bring you along to assist me. Sure. The horses in the heavens must be extraordinary. Shenzhen said excitedly, causing Guan to shake his head and laugh. The two plotted for some time about going to the Celestial Court to tend horses before they started talking about world affairs. Shenzhen was very curious about what the mysterious force causing chaos in the human world was. Guan didn't hide it and shared his discovery with her, hoping to increase her understanding of the Great Tao. Speaking of it, apart from an Xian, Guan also put great effort into nurturing Shenzhen. It wasn't because he was biased, but because others hadn't reached the stage of enlightenment and were still in the low-level stage of practicing in retreat. Shenzhen was able to achieve her current accomplishments because she received the cause and effect of the Emperor of Eternal Life. Of course, this doesn't mean she was just lucky. After all, she regarded Guan as her only reliance. Unlike the celestial demon child, who has a life-and-death relationship with Guan, she abandoned other connections to choose Guan, which is also the reason why the Emperor of Eternal Life chose her. Everything has cause and effect, behind every coincidence is inevitability. That year, the human world faced a change because a once peerless prodigy from ages past was reborn. The Tianhong Emperor did not return to the Dao court but traveled the lands, suppressing evil forces everywhere. As the world's ruler, the Dao court also exerted efforts to quell chaos. Many prodigies emerged as saviors, the most renowned among them being the current chief disciple of the Dao court, Zhao Rushan. In those chaotic and dark years, the Tianhong Emperor and Zhao Rushan appeared like two stars, wanting to use their faint light to illuminate the entire world. 100 years later. On this morning, after picking medicinal herbs within the Daoist field of the beginningless, Guan left alone. As he walked through the woods outside the field, his figure suddenly vanished. He continued onward, but the universe beneath his feet changed with each step, traversing a cosmic plane. Time and space reeled back, light sped in reverse. His steps seemed swift but slow due to the lack of an end. Suddenly, black gas swirled around Guan, quickly enveloping him. As his right foot set down, he found himself in a dim void. He halted and looked ahead, seeing an endless expanse of Dao mountains, all magnificent and impressive, towering like deities in the distance with divine might emanating boundlessly, full of oppressive force. Endless Dao mountains. Guan had just manifested but immediately felt the force of this place's rule surging toward him, seemingly wanting to cloak him in a layer preventing cause and effect analysis, yet he didn't hide his true form. He continued to maintain the great Dao formless body, for he was also wary of these rules. Once the force of the rules bound him, he felt his actions weren't restricted. It was a very intriguing rule. He stepped forward, admiring the towering Dao mountains along the way. Sar the novel, F. Iyer. And a website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Before coming, he had suppressed his cultivation level to heaven-opening Daoist immortal, and not only that, he had also reduced his presence to appear as a mysterious, cautious cultivator inadvertently exuding a slight heaven-opening Daoist immortal aura. Coming to the endless Dao mountains, he wasn't seeking cultivation but information, wanting to forge connections with the cultivators here and gain more insights into the great Dao. If he could learn more about the celestial court here, that would be even better. He wandered aimlessly, noticing most cultivators occupied a Dao mountain alone, as there were indeed too many. The cultivators seemed wary of each other, too. This could be troublesome. Guan began to miss Bai Zia of Human World Peak. When he first ventured to outer heaven, he met the enthusiastic Bai Zia, who even introduced him to Human World Peak. Although Human World Peak hadn't greatly aided his cultivation, it did help him better understand the heavens and earth, which is why he had never severed ties with Human World Peak, cherishing these bonds. He continued roaming, waiting for an opportunity. During this time, he also saw other figures entering endless Dao mountains, most having clear objectives, flying swiftly. Guan spotted a figure that seemed as confused as him, moving slowly and constantly looking around. He hesitated for a moment, then cautiously flew over as if he was being careful. The other was also a heaven-opening Daoist immortal, perhaps having some degree of confidence. They dared to wander like this. Guan previously saw a Tai-Ching golden immortal enter and immediately hide within a Dao mountain. This heaven-opening Daoist immortal had a slightly slender figure, resembling a Daoist, holding a horsetail whisk resembling a sword. Seeing Guan approaching, he stopped and turned to look at him. "Fellow Daoist, may I ask if this is the endless Dao mountains?" Guan asked, changing his voice. This is indeed the endless Dao mountains. Is it your first time here?" the other replied, their tone slightly cold. "Yes, I've heard the endless Dao mountains contain endless true meanings of the great Dao. My Dao practice has reached a bottleneck, so I wanted to give it a try. The great Dao aura here is indeed dense, even beyond my imagination, but it's different from what I expected." At the end of his sentence, Guan pretended to hesitate. "Didn't expect there to be so many people here, right?" the other chimed in. "Exactly." Guan's tone contained a hint of amazement. The other remarked, "Those who come here to cultivate are truly great powers from various realms. It only goes to show how vast the great Dao is, far beyond our imagination. I had some understanding of the endless Dao mountains before coming, but upon arrival, like you, I was astonished. My name is Wuxia Xianxia, from the Misty Immortal Court." "What's your name, and which sect do you hail from?" "Misty Immortal Court?" Guan didn't expect the first Daoist immortal he would meet to be from the Misty Immortal Court. He followed with, "My name is Meng Lang. When I attained Golden Immortal, my sect was destroyed, so I've been wandering without a sect for now." Upon hearing, Wuxia Xianxia said, "With your Dao practice, founding a sect wouldn't be difficult." Guan shook his head, "Forget it. Having a sect means having burdens. I prefer pursuing the great Dao freely and unfettered." "That's certainly reasonable," Wuxia Xianxia agreed, seemingly deep in thought before falling silent. Guan pondered on how to further the relationship. "Fellow Daoist Meng, since you're also new here, I assume you don't know where to head next. Why not join me to listen to a true immortal's lecture?" Wuxia Xianxia invited. Guan was flattered and hesitantly asked, "I follow you? Is that suitable?" Wuxia Xianxia reassured, "Don't worry, I don't have any connection with that true immortal. Their lectures aren't private, anyone can attend and listen." "May I ask the name of the true immortal?" "He is revered as the white-haired ancestor, a highly respected immortal god of the celestial court. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 652, Preaching. The incomparable Liya of today and the past. The dojo of the white-haired ancestor is situated on the endless Dao mountain. Led by Wuxia Xianxia, the two soon reached the Dao mountain where teachings were held. The height of this Dao mountain ranked among the top 10, and there was an abundance of powerful presences on the mountain. They flew to a mid-mountain location where a sprawling open-air palace had been constructed. On the palace, there were thousands of mats, and already dozens of figures had gathered here. These figures were shrouded in the aura of rules, their true forms not revealed. Wuxia Xianxia was familiar with some of them and introduced Guan to these individuals of great power. The atmosphere was quite congenial, and the conversation was enjoyable. Among those who came to listen to the teachings were also Tai-Ching golden immortals, who dared not intrude on the conversations of the Daoist immortals and stayed at a distance. As Guan conversed with other Daoist immortals, he was also reflecting in his heart. Indeed, no matter where you go, there will always be hierarchy. In any great thousand world, a Tai-Ching golden immortal would be an unimaginable powerhouse, yet here, they were all very constrained, lacking the demeanor of a supreme being. He only sighed briefly, not giving it much thought. Those he conversed with were heaven-opening Daoist immortals, while afar, there was a Miaozhen Daoist immortal whom no one dared disturb. Through other heaven-opening Daoist immortals, Guan gained a deeper understanding of the white-haired ancestor, who held a status in the celestial court far above that of an immortal monarch. He also learned that this lecture might last several hundred, or even thousands, of years, with still several months before it began. Guan was not inclined to listen to the teachings here for thousands of years, as he also needed to gather medicinal herbs. So, before the arrival of the white-haired ancestor, he switched to a clone, and his true self secretly exited the endless Dao Mountain, returning to the celestial spirit great world unnoticed by the great cultivators present. Even when in the celestial spirit great world, he could connect his mind with the clone, equivalent to listening in person. Such a method probably didn't count as disrespect, and he thought that other listeners might not all be their true selves either. In the following times, more listeners continued to arrive. With the help of Hongya, Guan met numerous powerful figures from different factions. Hongya even introduced him to a star monarch of the celestial palace. Although this star monarch had only the cultivation level of a Taiqing golden immortal, relying on the celestial palace meant no others dared disrespect him. Even in the endless Dao Mountain, the celestial palace held absolute authority, and no one dared to offend it. Through Hongya, Guan also understood that the celestial palace had little renown across the 3,000 great thousand worlds because the rulers of various places did not wish their subjects to know there was an even mightier existence overseeing them, and the celestial gods guarding the great thousand worlds also gave face by not appearing rashly. This broadened Guan's horizons. Apparently, there were relationships of interest between the celestial gods of other great thousand worlds and their rulers. No wonder people from other great thousand worlds frequently took the celestial order through the world gate. Months quickly passed by. By the day of the lecture, the number of listeners at this dojo had exceeded 800, with most discussing the phenomenon before the endless Dao Mountain. Guan was already seated, patiently waiting for the arrival of the white-haired ancestor. He sensed the aura of a Dao extreme Daoist immortal at the top of Dao Mountain. Surely, that must be the white-haired ancestor. Guan silently compared and felt that the opponent's cultivation might be in the late or perfection realm of the Dao extreme Daoist immortal stage. Although he was already a Dao extreme Daoist immortal, his life had been so short, like a child compared to a true Daoist immortal, so he was full of anticipation for this lecture. He wanted to see how vast the Dao intent of other Dao extreme Daoist immortals was, and how teachings from beyond heaven differed from his own. Dong! A bell sound reverberated through the entire Dao Mountain, bringing quiet to the dojo, as a white light fell from the sky onto the steps in front of the palace, mighty immortal energy dispersing, forming a strong wind over every listener. Guan squinted and saw a figure descending from the white light. The white-haired ancestor. Dao extreme Daoist immortal. Within the dojo, there were only 2 Miaojin Daoist immortals, and even if the aura of all the listeners combined, it couldn't match the white-haired ancestor. This made most listeners sit up straight involuntarily. As the white light faded, the figure of the white-haired ancestor was revealed. Though her entire form was surrounded by the gray aura of rules, from her silhouette, she was clearly a female immortal, holding a horsetail whisk in her hand, her robes wrapped tightly around her. This time, I will be discussing the path of power for you all. The voice of the white-haired ancestor sounded, melodious indeed, a female voice infused with immense Dao intent, causing the Dao rules on the Dao Mountain to pause. Thank you, ancestor. The listeners all bowed and said, and Guan followed suit in salutation. The path of power? He indeed wished to see what distinctive insights this white-haired ancestor had on the path of power, given that he had also mastered it and held great interest in it. The white-haired ancestor sat down, and beneath her appeared a green lotus, equally unfathomable. Guan even felt the lotus harbored power not weaker than that of the white-haired ancestor. As the white-haired ancestor began her teachings, time swiftly flowed by. Guan's mind was also immersed in the listening, following the guidance of the white-haired ancestor to comprehend the path of power. While the clone listened to the teachings on the endless Dao Mountain, Guan continued living in the celestial spirit great world. Harvesting medicinal herbs had become a regular task for him, one that he wouldn't interrupt. The conflicts in the human world grew more intense, with volatile rulers emerging within various sects and imperial dynasties, inciting more fierce power struggles internally, including within the Dao court. When internal strife engulfed the Dao court, unable to fully salvage the worldly chaos, disorder across the universe intensified. Emperor Tianhong had fully harnessed the power of the longevity sword, capable of contending against the free immortal of Daoist song, yet his pressure continued to grow. He underestimated the difficulty of the salvation task arranged by the supporting Dao sword venerable. Sir, the novel, F. Iyer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In attempting to align with the Dao court, the result was that the Dao court soon erupted into chaos. Some even coveted his physical body, attempting to possess him. After much fighting, he completely severed ties with the Dao court, and under Zhao Russian's scheming, became a most wanted criminal of the Dao court. He had no choice but to use Dao treasures to seek out other Wuxia disciples still making their way in the world. Guan observed all these scenes without issuing more directives. Until one day, someone appeared in front of the mountain gate of the Jianghu sect, wearing black clothes, a bamboo hat, and carrying a sword, appearing travel-worn. He looked up at the plaque above the mountain gate, revealing a cold face. It was Leah. A divine exotic immortal spirit jumped out of his body, landing on his shoulder. Looking at the Jianghu sect, it sighed, such abundant destiny, far beyond what the supreme sect can compare to, no wonder it's a force nurtured by the master. Li Ya's gaze was complicated. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. May I ask your origins, sir, and if you have an invitation to join the sect? A Jianghu sect disciple raised a sword scabbard, blocking Leah, his gaze calm as he scrutinized him. Leah took out a token from his sleeve, saying, I have the token of elderly Xuanyu, I am her clansman. The Jianghu sect disciple took the token, examined it carefully, then allowed Leah to enter the sect upon confirming it was genuine. The divine exotic immortal spirit stood on Li Ya's shoulder, jesting, even though you're already a divine immortal of wondrous dharma, these disciples still don't take you seriously. It seems your cultivation isn't enough yet. Leah snorted, nowadays, geniuses keep emerging, what's my talent worth? Don't provoke me, I am no longer the hot-blooded Leah of old. The divine exotic immortal spirit covered its mouth and laughed, but didn't tease him further. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 653. The calamity ends as the cup falls under the blue sky, with green mountains and clear waters, birds sing and flowers blossom. Leah and Li Xuanyu sat in a small pavilion below the mountain stream, drinking tea and catching up. Listening to Leah recount his experiences over the years, Li Xuanyu appeared indifferent but was feeling a lot of emotions inside. Compared to Leah, she felt much luckier. In order to become stronger, Leah had to roam around and seize opportunities, engaging in combat year after year, whereas she had no shortage of cultivation resources within the Jianghu sect and faced no bottlenecks in practice. Regarding the absence of bottlenecks in her practice, she suspected that Guan was secretly helping her. Before meeting Guan, her comprehension wasn't as impressive. After finishing his legendary tales, Leah raised an eyebrow as he looked at Li Xuanyu and asked, Sister, how have you been these years? He was unaware of the emotions in Li Xuanya's heart. He was still very proud of his own experiences, and although he wasn't listed among the prodigies, his reputation was not low, and it was all earned through his own efforts. Li Xuanyu didn't conceal her experiences and began to recount how she was mainly advancing her status within the Jianghu sect. In the end, Li Xuanyu sighed, compared to you, my life is too plain. Leah was initially engrossed, but the more he listened, the more he felt something was off. With the assistance of the sect's great powers, she successfully crossed the tribulation and broke through to the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. Under the guidance of immortals, she achieved the Xiaoyao immortal realm. During the celestial tribulation when crossing the mysterious spiritual immortal realm, she almost perished, luckily aided by the Wuxia Dao treasure. Leah opened his mouth, wanting to ask, is this right? He knew Li Xuanya's talent. Back on the Taitsang continent, he had already surpassed Li Xuanyu. After tens of thousands of years of wandering the world, encountering numerous opportunities, he had endured countless hardships just to prove himself in the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm. The difficulties Li Xuanyu encountered during her tribulations were the same as his, and every time he succeeded, he was badly wounded and suffered greatly. And Li Xuanyu? Even though she was his own sister, Leah couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. Junior brother Gu, are you trying to tell me that staying by your side holds more promise? Leah felt that Guan was deliberately nurturing Li Xuanyu. If it were just an ordinary connection, protection would already be commendable. How could Li Xuanyu have cultivated to her current realm? And so quickly. Li Xuanyu asked, why have you come? Why? Leah felt inexplicably blocked in his heart. His relationship with Guan was closer, so why did it now seem more distant? Leah answered, regarding this world, I have obtained some information that I want to convey to Fu Dao Sword Venerable. He almost couldn't help but refer to Guan as junior brother Gu, but then thought that Guan was Fu Dao Sword Venerable and was the one who altered Li Xuanya's fate. He shouldn't be so impolite. Moreover, after tens of thousands of years, would Guan still recognize him as senior brother? Sar the Novelfire, NE*T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As his realm grew higher, Li Ya's understanding also improved, and he became increasingly in awe of Fu Dao Sword Venerable's power. No matter how strong he became, he was still an ordinary person in this world. He had encountered too many existences that made him look up in awe, which is why he was often amazed by Gu An's strength. What kind of strength could allow Guan to disregard the entire celestial spirit great world and even confront terrifying existences from outer heaven? About the world? Li Xuanyu was surprised, and was about to ask more. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside the two of them. The newcomer rolled up his sleeves and sat down directly. Li Xuanyu was stunned, staring blankly at Guan. Li was equally shocked when he saw Guan suddenly sitting beside him. Guan was dressed in white, wearing a newly crafted immortal king crown, exuding an ethereal aura, and with that nearly perfect face, he seemed like an immortal monarch descended from the heavens. What? Not welcoming me? Guan smiled, then nonchalantly poured himself some tea. Li Xuanyu regained her composure and said, how could we not welcome you? I just didn't expect you to come out personally. Her gaze inadvertently turned to Leah. She had known for a long time that Guan valued Leah greatly, but she didn't expect that as soon as Leah arrived, Guan would personally come to meet him. This affection runs deep. Her heart was filled with confusion. Logically, when Guan met Leah, he was already a transcendent great power, so how could spending just a few years together in the profound valley forge such a bond? Or was there a potential within Leah that she couldn't see through? Guan drank a cup of tea and said with a chuckle, go ahead, what is this intelligence about the world that you need to tell me? Leah snapped back to reality, his expression turning serious, and said, the world is becoming increasingly chaotic. I initially thought it was just celestial Dao reincarnation, until I met an old Daoist. He was a servant of the heavenly Dao and had encountered some kind of curse. Before he died, he told me that a grudge power from outer heaven is tainting the human world. It will amplify the evil thoughts in living beings' hearts, and if this force isn't eradicated, chaos in the human world will continue until the world perishes. Li Xuanya's expression changed after hearing this, and she instinctively looked at Guan, wanting to know if what Leah said was true. She believed that Guan could see through everything in the world. Guan looked at Leah and softly laughed. You also mentioned it amplifies the evil thoughts in hearts, which suggests that there is already grudge in the hearts of all beings, doesn't it? What Leah said was indeed true. Those believers who spread the heavenly Tao and celestial court in the human world had been subjected to curses in succession. Clearly, that strange force dreaded the celestial court, but with so many great thousand worlds being invaded by the strange force, could the celestial court be unaware? Guan had already detected the source of the strange force, which came from Chaos Grudge Luo, an evil entity originating from beyond the 3,000 great worlds with cultivation at the middle stage of the Miaojin Daluo immortal realm. After deducing, Guan realized there are many similar evil entities like Chaos Grudge Luo within Chaos, and the presence of Celestial Court destiny at the edge of Chaos indicated that the Celestial Court had long been targeting Chaos. Chaos Grudge Luo invading the 3,000 great worlds seems like a conspiracy from whichever angle. This conspiracy might originate from Profound Star Immortal Monarch. How could he be the one to stick his neck out? When the celestial spirit great world truly reaches the brink of life and death, then he would act. He had saved this part of the great thousand world many times, but the living beings he saved would eventually head towards death, and his intervention was merely to extend the lifespan of all living beings. Humans have emotions and desires, so evil thoughts cannot be eradicated, but the outer heaven force certainly conceals a greater calamity. Perhaps this force grows stronger by absorbing the evil thoughts of all living beings? Leah said, frowning. Guan cast a sidelong glance at him and said irritably, "It's not that exaggerated." He had already seen through the reason Chaos Grudge Luo released the strange force. It wasn't to absorb the power of all living beings but rather, as its grudge power covered more, the celestial Tao destiny would recede. Once the celestial Tao destiny completely dissipated, Chaos Grudge Luo would descend. Before breaking through, he also thought Chaos Grudge Luo's invasion of the Great Thousand World was for feeding or strengthening. Now it seems, the invaded Great Thousand Worlds resemble a path. Chaos Grudge Luo might be fleeing or attempting to reach a certain place, but encountering too much celestial Tao destiny along the way, it could only act in this manner. It's like a refugee fleeing, being too hurried to care if any bugs were squashed along the way. Li Xuanyu chimed in, "Endless are the tribulations of the world, we cannot always rely on the sword venerable. The lessons learned from blood will be left in history, for future generations to remember, thereby avoiding more disasters." She was also comprehending the path of cause and effect, and her greatest insight was that as long as there is spiritual intelligence, conflict is inevitable, and with enough conflict, disaster is bound to occur. She believed that one must save oneself amidst disasters rather than seek assistance from strong entities outside the rules. Lately, there have been undercurrents surging within the Jianghu sect, and the atmosphere has become increasingly severe. However, the higher-ups didn't want to ask for Wuxi's help, as that would appear incompetent. But, Leah hesitated, having initially thought the matter would not be difficult for Guan, hence why he sought Guan out, only to be refused unexpectedly. Guan gently pushed his teacup towards Leah and said, "Does Senior Brother Li very much want to end this chaos?" Leah instinctively picked up the teapot and poured tea for Guan, then asked, "What do you mean? Just because I want it, it can happen. Since you came looking for me, how could I not fulfill your wish?" Guan said with great vigor. In front of others, he would pretend to be a sage, but in front of Leah, he wanted to show off a bit. Leah was greatly surprised, but recalling Li Zuanya's words, he felt they made sense. Once this tribulation ends, what about the next? Would he have to seek out Guan every time? Leah furrowed his brow, hesitating. Would doing this deplete your cultivation level or bring you immense trouble? Guan lifted his teacup and emptied it again, then shook the cup at Leah and said, "This catastrophe may be unstoppable for the all-living beings under heaven, but for me, it's just like putting down this cup." As he finished speaking, he gently placed the teacup down. He looked at Leah and smiled, "See, isn't it done?" Leah was stunned. Li Zuanya's eyes also showed a look of confusion. Little did they know that the strange force enveloping the all-living beings under heaven dissipated in that instant, ceasing to exist. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 654, The Change of Cause and Effect, Isn't It Already Done? Upon hearing Gu An's words, Leah was momentarily dazed. Such a boastful tone. So good at pretending. Leah secretly grumbled, then asked, "When will you take action?" If peace could return to the world, that would naturally be a good thing. Guan looked at Leah, blinked, and said, "Haven't I already taken action?" Leah widened his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Junior Brother Gu, don't jest with me." "How? Did your cup land on the table and disperse that bizarre power covering all living beings?" Guan smiled at him, not answering. Li Xuanyu was the first to believe Gu An's words, her gaze at Guan full of indescribable meaning. CTH Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Faced with Gu An's smile, Leah suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. Could it be that Guan was not boasting, but actually did it? But why did he not feel any trace of it? Could it be that before he came, Guan had already resolved that strange power? Leah was filled with confusion, not knowing what to ask. What are your plans for the future? Do you need to enter the Dao court? Guan asked, not continuing to discuss the strange power. He believed that after parting this time, Liya would investigate this matter, and then, Liya would be even more amazed by his strength. Liya did not question Gu An's ability to arrange for him to enter the Dao court, but he shook his head and said, I don't want to be restricted, otherwise I would have stayed at the Supreme Sect all along. I plan to continue traveling, as there are countless opportunities in this world that have yet to bore me. Besides the opportunities nurtured by the Great Thousand World after its reshaping, Guan once spread treasures from the battle court across the world. To this day, 70% of them have yet to surface, including various inheritances. Even Liya, as a divine immortal of wondrous dharma, and indeed a profound yuan-free immortal, would encounter suitable divine skills and secret skills. After hearing this, Guan did not insist. He began reminiscing about the past, causing both Li Xuanyu and Liya to be filled with emotion. 160,000 years ago, even if they were beaten to death, they could never have imagined achieving the accomplishments and status they enjoy today. Speaking of old friends, they began to talk more to each other, with Li Xuanyu occasionally interjecting. The atmosphere was very harmonious. 1 hour later, Guan invited Liya to visit the Jianghu sect, while Li Xuanyu found an excuse to leave, not disturbing them. After they were alone, Liya no longer held back and began to talk about his troubles over the years. He spoke about family, love, and enemies, saying whatever came to mind. Even when facing his wife and children, he would never show a vulnerable side, but facing Guan, he couldn't help but speak of these matters. Guan listened attentively, occasionally teasing Liya, causing Liya's emotions to fluctuate. After staying at the Jianghu sect for 2 days, Guan took Liya to Wuxia to see his dojo. Upon stepping into the dojo, Liya was awestruck by the spiritual energy present. Guan accompanied Liya on a stroll inside the dojo, where they encountered disciples cultivating. The dojo was vast, and the disciples preferred to cultivate alone in different spots. Upon seeing Gu An's arrival, the disciples all paid their respects, and Guan introduced Liya to them. The disciples had an impression of Liya, having heard from an Xian that Liya was the person Guan cared about most. Liya could sense that each Wuxia disciple's cultivation level was not weaker than his own, and an Xian and the blood prison great saint gave him an overwhelming sense of pressure. However, Liya wasn't discouraged, believing it only natural to train alongside Guan. After staying at the Daoist field of the beginningless for 3 days, he bid farewell to Guan. Would you like to stay and cultivate? Guan asked with a smile. Liya shook his head and said, I've relied on you a lot already. To tell the truth, I still have the ambition to surpass you. Though cultivating by your side would be faster, it's impossible to surpass you, so I need to forge my own path, and my nature isn't suited to long-term seclusion. The world is vast, and my eyes have yet to fully take it in. After I've roamed across this world, I'll return to reminisce with you. At this, Liya became high-spirited. Guan greatly admired his ambition and thus did not stop him. Besides, I need to see if you've truly resolved the catastrophe. Liya stated, staring intensely at Guan, as if challenging him. Guan laughed and said, I'm afraid these eyes of yours won't perceive if I've truly resolved it. Upon hearing this, Liya was instantly frustrated. The divine exotic immortal spirit popped out and said, pitifully, Master, I want to stay. Liya immediately grabbed it, and with an awkward smile, said to Guan, it's speaking nonsense. The divine exotic immortal spirit widened its eyes, struggling hard. You two do match well. Guan shook his head and laughed. He could hear the thoughts of the divine exotic immortal spirit, knowing it was reluctant to leave Liya, and spoke out of disapproval of Liya's posturing. We're leaving now. Liya left this utterance, taking the divine exotic immortal spirit with him. Guan stood amid the woods, watching them leave, feeling quite amused by their banter. The power of divine exotic city was inferior to Dao treasure. Even if had given divine exotic city to Liya, he wouldn't have minded. The reason for maintaining a layer of connection was in case Liya suddenly left his line of sight in the future. An Xian appeared beside Guan, also watching Liya's back. She curiously asked, Master, did Elder Li's causal change, was it your doing? Though she couldn't clearly see all of Liya's fate, she could feel the changes in Li Ya's fate and causality, affecting his destiny. No, it's his choices that changed his causality. Guan answered calmly. Though the strange power had been dispelled by Guan, Li Ya's interest in powers from outer heaven had been piqued, and he would focus more on everything related to outer heaven, thereby altering his life's path. With Guan's influence existing, the future of the reincarnation body would become more and more illusory. After all, the reincarnation body itself is determined by the original body. Guan's current strength could create different futures, even make different futures exist truly. Using modern Earth's terms, he could create parallel worlds with a single thought. An Xian had a thoughtful expression, believing Li Ya's change in choices was also due to this conversation with Guan. Guan turned around and returned, with an Xian closely following, starting to ask him about her cultivation doubts. Though the strange power had been dispersed by Guan, the hatred among people had already formed, and the chaos in the human world would continue for a while, but compared to before, it wouldn't become more tragic. Meanwhile, Emperor Tianhong would earlier confront Zhao Rushan, marking the beginning of an unprecedented era of dual heroes. This contention would also shake the foundations of the Dao court, bringing a new variable to the dynamics of the human world. Endless Dao Mountain. The white-haired ancestor lectured for a millennium, and as the bell rang, all listeners awoke. I permit each of you to ask one question. Once I've resolved everyone's doubts, this lecture will conclude. You may ask about any confusion during the lecture, or ask questions unrelated to this lecture. The voice of the white-haired ancestor rose, causing whispers to ripple through the dojo. Guan also began to ponder what kind of question he should ask the white-haired ancestor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 655, Sainthood, Infinite. After the words of the white-haired ancestor ended, he did not give the listeners much time to think and soon had the listener sitting at the front ask a question. This listener inquired about the confusion arising during the hearing of the Tao. The path of power is vast and boundless, and the Tao practice of the white-haired ancestor is extremely profound. Even Guan, with his achievements in Tao comprehension, benefited greatly from the listening. Facing the listener's question, the white-haired ancestor quickly dispelled doubts, answering with profound meaning, causing many listeners to fall into contemplation. The white-haired ancestor continued to call on people, letting the listeners ask questions one after another. Search *the Nefire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guan originally wanted to gather some information. Seeing that the previous questions were all about cultivation matters, he felt he couldn't make an exception. However, after several dozen listeners, someone finally asked a question unrelated to cultivation. Ancestor, you are honored as the celestial Tao venerable of the celestial court. How do you view the relationship between chaos and the celestial court? Does the celestial court leave room for chaos? This listener's voice was female, her words sharp, her tone aggressive, more like an interrogation. Guan felt that despite her cultivation level being just at the heaven-opening Daoist immortal, she dared to speak to the white-haired ancestor in such a manner. What kind of backing did she have? Chaos is the place where the great Tao is nurtured. It cannot be eradicated. The celestial court can only set boundaries, leaving no room for leeway. The white-haired ancestor responded indifferently, his tone unchanged from before, seeming not to be angered. This listener was surrounded by the aura of rules. Guan was also unsure if she was satisfied with the answer. Questions continued, and once someone led, subsequent questions were all related to the celestial court. Besides the celestial Tao immortal position assessment and participating in celestial army selection, is there a third way to join the immortal class? If one renders great merit to the living beings of a certain world, the celestial court will also reward them, allowing them to join the immortal class. This is also the main purpose of the heavenly Tao. The god of destruction destroyed the Lingjiang great world without proclaiming the celestial court's decree. Is there another scheme behind this? I do not control the celestial gods. I cannot answer you. I also will not help you investigate this matter. If you are dissatisfied, you can petition Sainthood. Facing the listener's inquiries, the white-haired ancestor's every answer came quickly. She did not seem to hold the posture of an immortal god, and she also displayed considerable toughness in the face of some challenging questions. Through the listeners' questions, Guan also learned about Sainthood. Sainthood is a kind of will manifested by the celestial court using the heavenly Tao, omnipresent. If there is suffering in the human world, one can complain to Sainthood, and it will be conveyed to the celestial court. The white-haired ancestor used Sainthoud to handle many listeners' grievances. Guan also felt that Sainthoud was quite far-fetched, but it related to the celestial Tao destiny which even a Tao extreme Daoist immortal could not deduce. Throughout the listening, he had only one feeling. All living beings have long suffered under the celestial court. The celestial court's inaction and wanton actions are clearly not isolated incidents. Yet faced with so many complaints, the white-haired ancestor remained indifferent, did not make any promises, but also did not get angry over the listeners' questions. She truly resembled the immortal god Guan imagined. Not feeling joy or sorrow over the happiness or suffering of all living beings. She seemed unconcerned with the suffering of all beings. Her purpose here was not to do anything for the celestial court, she simply wished to expound on the Tao, seeking nothing in return. Guan had to admit that such a mindset was the strongest, unbound by any factors. Of course, due to his stance, Guan could not agree with the celestial court, because their inaction also posed a threat to him. Time quickly passed. Unknowingly, it was Guan's turn to speak. He was already prepared. When the white-haired ancestor's gaze fell on him, he opened his mouth and asked, I have traveled to many universes, finding those powerful ones in infinite expansion. I want to ask, is the great Tao truly infinite, and what is our meaning as cultivators within the great Tao? Regarding the celestial court's issues, many had already asked, making him unwilling to inquire further. Whether the great Tao is infinite, this is a question he pondered frequently. If the great Tao is truly infinite, it would mean that time and space are also infinite, with no distinction between ancient and future, and cultivators are merely part of the great Tao, never able to surpass it. If Guan were also infinite like the great Tao, he should not only have infinite possibilities in the future, his past should also be without end. He could not imagine having no origin to his past. This is like the question of which came first, the chicken or the egg. If Guan is the chicken, aiming to achieve infinity like the great Tao, wouldn't he need to create an egg for himself, which easily leads to a paradox? The existence of the path of cause and effect proves that everything has a starting point. Guan's question brought silence to the dojo. No longer were there whispers. The white-haired ancestor said, as of now, the great Tao is indeed infinite. Even the celestial court cannot reach the source of the great Tao. Even the supreme celestial emperor cannot see the end of the great Tao. It is precisely for this reason that we can continuously comprehend the great Tao, never feeling weary or satisfied. This answer did not fully satisfy Guan, but at least clarified that the celestial court has not yet reached the point of dominating the great Tao. The questions continued. When everyone had finished asking, several days had passed. When involving enlightenment issues, the white-haired ancestor would speak more. After the questions ended, the white-haired ancestor rose and left, and once she left, the dojo became lively, with some listeners immediately leaving, while others chose to stay and continue socializing. Wuxia did not leave, and pulled Guan along to interact, which suited Guan perfectly. When meeting a heaven-opening Daoist immortal from the Great Thousand World, Guan feigned curiosity and asked, I heard from a fellow Daoist that Chaos Grudge Luo from Chaos is wreaking havoc in the Great Thousand World. Will the celestial court handle this matter? This heaven-opening Daoist immortal, upon hearing this, snorted, how would the celestial court handle it? Chaos creatures that can survive are basically favored by the great powers of the celestial court. I have already detected the matter of Chaos Grudge Luo, affecting several dozen Great Thousand Worlds, yet there are no actions from the celestial court. Clearly there is a calculation. We should just pretend not to see. Another Daoist immortal spoke. Indeed, the 3,000 great worlds seem to be the heavenly Daoist's main stage, but more like the celestial court's breeding ground. Nothing that happens within the 3,000 great worlds can escape their eyes. If they don't act, it indicates it's their doing. Others followed suit, expressing great dissatisfaction with the celestial court. Guan greatly admired them. These people truly dared to speak. They were not afraid of this reaching the ears of the celestial court. After their conversation ended, Wuxia pulled Guan to a secluded place and whispered, Are you curious as to why they dare discuss the celestial court so boldly? Guan nodded. Because the endless Tao mountain is not affected by celestial Tao destiny, you should be able to feel it, and the immortal gods who can come here aren't bound by the celestial court's rules, so it's no harm if they're overheard. Hongyazi explained. Guan curiously asked, how does the misty immortal court view the celestial court? The misty immortal court has produced many immortal gods, recognized as a subordinate sect by the celestial court. Hongyazi sneered, how else can they see it? Outwardly they still have to flatter the celestial court. Within the heavenly Tao, no force dares to oppose the celestial court. Those who resist have already been obliterated. No matter how powerful, they will eventually be destroyed by heavenly might. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 656. Reincarnation of Yuan Luo. Hongyazi was clearly quite discontent with the celestial court. When Guan asked, he opened up immediately and began to speak eloquently. It turns out that, although the misty immortal court has a path for ascending to immortality, it comes at a significant cost. Every 10,000 years, it must offer a vast amount of resources to the celestial court and erect divine statues of the heavenly court immortals in every immortal mansion. Those who successfully enter the immortal class, although they don't sever ties with the misty immortal court, become arrogant and treat the others as slaves. Through Hongyazi, Guan gained more understanding of the misty immortal court. Although the destiny of the misty immortal court is not as powerful as the celestial court, it is still a formidable existence. Whether there is a perfect Daoist Great Luo immortal realm within it is hard to say at the moment. He can't fully calculate it. The inability to calculate suggests that such an existence might indeed be there. The fact that it can nurture an emperor of eternal life is enough to prove the deep foundation of the misty immortal court. Hongyazi was quite impressed with Guan, feeling as if they were old friends at first meeting. He even invited Guan to visit the misty immortal court in the future, handing him a token named the Red Domain Immortal Token. With this token, Guan could enter the misty immortal court and be honored as a distinguished guest. The misty immortal court possesses numerous immortal domains. Hongyazi is the pavilion master of the Red Domain Immortal Mansion and holds significant power within the misty immortal court. Guan accepted without reservation, saying he would definitely visit him. Afterward, the two parted ways. Guan was merely a clone. He did not plan to leave Endless Tao Mountain just yet. Instead, he intended to find a suitable Tao mountain to settle down on. He didn't need to return to his true self. His true self could already access his memories and even directly control him. At the same time, far away, in the Daoist field of the beginningless, Guan began to ponder whether or not to visit the misty immortal court to see Hongyazi. Given his current cultivation level, even if he encountered trouble in the misty immortal court, he could easily retreat unscathed. Forget it, there's no need to rush into this matter, especially since he has no pressing reason to visit the misty immortal court. First, he should elevate his cultivation to the perfection realm of the Tao Extreme Daluo Immortal before considering it. Guan closed his eyes, laying on a rock to bask in the sun, while his thoughts wandered to the omnipresent Tao rules. Atop the magnificent golden furnace, Huang Feng Immortal Monarch sat cross-legged in mid-air, hands resting on his knees, silently practicing his arts. CTH Novel, F. Iyer. And a website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. A golden light appeared behind him, manifesting a figure. It was the celestial calming god. The celestial calming god clasped his fists in salute and said, Immortal Monarch, Chaos Grudge Luo has become a significant force. If we don't suppress him soon, I'm afraid it will cause great trouble. Under the heavens, a higher power will surely notice. Huang Feng Immortal Monarch, with his back turned, did not open his eyes as he asked, has the power of the Chaos Grudge Luo invaded the celestial spirit great world? The celestial calming god frowned and said, yes, but his power has vanished. It's unclear whether he withdrew or if a great power intervened. Over the years, he had kept an eye on Chaos Grudge Luo, and was quite surprised by the anomalies in the celestial spirit great world. He hadn't consulted the celestial spirit god, aware of the past of the celestial spirit great world, feeling that there was a great cause and effect in which he dared not indulge. Now, Hearing Huang Feng, immortal monarch, mention the celestial spirit great world, his vigilance only heightened. He must absolutely avoid getting entangled with the causes and effects of the celestial spirit great world. Upon hearing his words, Huang Feng, immortal monarch, opened his eyes. He gazed down at the world within the furnace, contemplating something unknown. For a long time. Begin closing the net. You're responsible for eliminating the power of chaos grudge Luo. I will request stronger forces of the heavenly Tao to capture him. Huang Feng, immortal monarch, spoke, allowing the celestial calming god to breathe a sigh of relief as he accepted the order and departed. After the celestial calming god's departure, the area fell silent, with Huang Feng, immortal monarch's eyes flickering, pondering something in his heart. Time passed gently. Since the teaching session at Endless Tao Mountain ended, Guan had not encountered any major events, and life became leisurely once more. The dark clouds looming over the world had dissipated, though conflicts in the human world persisted. After Guan eradicated the power of chaos grudge Luo, within 100 years, the Qianquan sect regained peace and began to send disciples out again to save the world. In a blink of an eye. 10,000 years passed in an instant. At over 17 million years old, Guan had accumulated 16 trillion years of lifespan, using 8 trillion years of lifespan to progress from the early to the middle stage of the Dao extreme Daoist immortal realm, excluding the depletion from the lifespan barrier. Therefore, he planned to reach 20 trillion years of lifespan before attempting to break through to the later stage. Until he reaches the perfection realm of the Dao extreme Daoist immortal, he has no intention of pursuing the functional threshold of 100 trillion years of lifespan. In the spring of that year, while Guan was in the courtyard writing with his brush, he suddenly looked up, his eyes carrying an unusual expression. Shenzhen, who was playing the zither beside him, noticed his anomaly and asked, "What is it? Has something happened to the Qianquan sect?" Where Guan was looking was precisely in the direction of the Qianquan sect. "Nothing much, just that a disciple with extraordinary talent is about to be born in the Qianquan sect," Guan casually replied, then withdrew his gaze and continued writing. Shenzhen became curious and probed further. How does he compare to Emperor Tianhong or Zhao Rushan? As the millennia passed, the conflicts in the human world had neared their end. The enmity between Emperor Tianhong and Zhao Rushan was renowned across the world, both being the strongest prodigies of different eras. Now, as they clashed like water and fire, the world was curious as to who would emerge victorious in the end. Perhaps even more so, Guan said, with profound implication. Emperor Tianhong was an immortal god reincarnation, while the disciple mentioned was the reincarnation of Chaos Grudge Luo. Chaos Grudge Luo didn't seem to have reincarnated of his own volition. It seemed he was cast into the reincarnation of the celestial spirit great world by some powerful being, conveniently ending up in the Qianquan sect, which was certainly no coincidence. It appears that behind Tai immortal monarch or profound star immortal monarch, there exists an even more powerful presence keeping an eye on Guan. Although separated by celestial Tao destiny, Guan found it difficult to deduce. However, the other party didn't dare act rashly even when facing his pre-breakthrough self, so naturally, now that he has broken through, he would be even less panicked. If that's the case, the Qianquan sect is finally going to rise. Shenzhen commented, without giving much thought, but rather with a sense of amazement. The Qianquan sect is thriving but too young compared to sects that have been around for millions, tens of millions, or even longer. In all aspects, it falls far behind. If it could give birth to a disciple with talent surpassing even that of Emperor Tianhong or Zhao Rushan, it might possibly close that gap. Having spent tens of thousands of years near the Qianquan sect, Shenzhen had developed feelings for it. Any Wuxia disciple visiting the Qianquan sect would be received as an honored guest, without any incidents of disrespect thus far. The leadership of the Qianquan sect holds Wuxia in high regard and dares not take it lightly. The Qianquan sect will rise eventually, sooner or later, and they will also fall eventually. Guan said as he continued to write. He had even given up on the supreme sect, so he wouldn't be constantly sheltering the Qianquan sect. Shenzhen did not question Guan's words but instead asked, if Emperor Tianhong were to return, would you really take him as a disciple? Guan replied, I do not enjoy breaking my word. In the Daoist field of the beginningless, there were no major secrets to keep. The dojo itself could be moved or rebuilt. That Emperor Tianhong could kneel for so many years was enough to prove his character. What if he was an immortal god reincarnation? Perhaps Guan could learn more about the celestial court from Emperor Tianhong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 657, Unbeatable Emperor. 16 years later, a major event occurred in the Qinkuan sect. A 16-year-old male disciple was unusually accepted as a disciple by the sect hierarch, with the intention of grooming him to be the next sect hierarch. This matter had the approval of the 4 grand elders, and various rumors spread within the sect and even to the entire world. This boy's name is Yuan Luo. He didn't originally have this name, but after his first qi absorption cultivation, he changed it to this name. During his first qi absorption, he successfully established his foundation, shocking the cultivator who was instructing him, and the news quickly reached the higher-ups of the Qinkuan sect. Thereafter, Yuan Luo took only a year to condense a golden core, and at 16, he was already at the nascent soul realm, with a cultivation speed that was astonishingly fast. Yi Qingshan discussed for several days and decided to nurture Yuan Luo in the same manner as training a prodigy in the Dao court. They are determined to cultivate Yuan Luo to be comparable to Zhao Rushan or Emperor Tianhong, but in my opinion, they are relying on Wuxi's protection. Without Wuxia, raising disciples like this would only lead to a premature demise. An Xian spoke while standing next to Guan, who was fishing by the edge of a lake created by the ghost mother of ephemera, which was stocked with many nimble fish for his amusement. It doesn't matter. Whether we admit it or not, the outside world sees Wuxia as the pillar of the Qinkuan sect, and indeed, we've done many things. Guan said, staring at the lake surface. As his cultivation level became higher and the years he experienced became more numerous, Guan's mindset also transformed. He focused more on his own feelings. An Xian curiously asked, Master, what's the origin of Yuan Luo, with such incredible talent? He must be the reincarnation of a great power, right? Yes, in his past life he was called Chaos Grudge Luo, causing havoc across many great thousand worlds. The previous calamity in the human world was caused by his power. He was likely captured by the immortal gods and cast into reincarnation, ending up in this plight. Guan didn't hide anything, briefly explaining Yuan Luo's background. An Xian frowned and asked, actions of the immortal gods? Such a wicked entity reincarnated within the Qinkuan sect, wouldn't there be some scheme involved? Guan glanced at her and smiled. Indeed, there might be some hidden scheme, but such schemes have never ceased. If you can't see through them yourself, it means you're still not strong enough. Seeing him still able to smile, an Xian knew everything was under his control. She couldn't help but ask, Master, do you need me to do anything? Let nature take its course. Guan didn't say much more. He believed an Xian would understand his meaning. After spending so many years together, the two had developed a high level of rapport, and some things didn't need to be repeatedly explained. An Xian no longer talked about Yuan Luo but shifted the topic to Emperor Tianhong and Zhao Rushan. I heard the Dao court plans to cultivate Zhao Rushan to become a Daoist emperor. Didn't you say a Daoist emperor must prove themselves on the path of the great Dao? Could it be that Zhao Rushan is heading to the path of the great Dao next? An Xian was very interested in the Daoist emperor, and wondered whether a Daoist emperor at the same realm could rival her immortal emperor's eye. He is destined to go and is fated to become a Daoist emperor, Guan replied. When mentioning the Daoist emperor, he couldn't help but shift his focus to the path of the great Dao, observing Ji Xiaoyu and Shaolan. Sarch * the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Ji Xiaoyu had been fighting for many years, and with his destiny forming, he was getting closer to becoming a Daoist emperor, while Shaolan had also started to embark on the emperor road. After participating in the Daoist emperor's competition, their cultivation grew quickly, able to strengthen through battles. Shaolan had already reached the divine thought true immortal realm, catching up with Tianhao far off in the misty immortal court. Ji Xiaoyu was even assaulting the heaven-encompassing free immortal realm and, in terms of strength, he was now stronger than Yuan Songzi. After years of battling side by side, Yuan Songzi had successfully persuaded Ji Xiaoyu to join the Dao court. If she and Shaolan succeeded, the Dao court would have two Daoist emperors, giving it the confidence to stand against the 3,000 great worlds outside the celestial spirit great world. Guan could hear the voice of Yuan Songzi's mind, feeling that his mood was far more excited than it appeared on his face. Ji Xiaoyu was cultivating and preparing for battle, and his next opponent was an unparalleled prodigy who had achieved 1,000 victories at the same realm on the path of the Great Tao, the unbeatable emperor from the primordial emperor domain. The unbeatable emperor ranked among the top 5 illustrious prodigies in the primordial emperor domain, and his momentum was extremely strong. Guan had already calculated the result of this battle and wasn't surprised. The original master of the immortal emperor's eye, the Stealing Heaven Emperor, came from the primordial emperor domain. This person founded the Stealing Heaven Immortal sect, even provoking the celestial court's pursuit, proving the terrifying extent of his Dao practice. The deep foundation of the primordial emperor domain was unmatched by the great 1,000 worlds. Master, do you think we need to foster a Daoist emperor in Wuxia? An Xian asked expectantly. Although Wuxia wasn't a sect in the conventional sense, as the senior disciple, an Xian hoped Wuxia would grow stronger. It depends on personal goals. I don't demand it, although a Daoist emperor is indeed powerful, the path is very difficult. Guan spoke softly, with the memory of the emperor of eternal life in him. He knew how arduous the path to becoming a Daoist emperor was. Looking at the disciples within the dojo, to be honest, he hadn't yet seen anyone with the potential to become a Daoist emperor, even Shaolan, who relied on his covert protection while outside. If Shaolan were to venture out alone, she would have died long ago. Moreover, he could sense that if he continued to aid Shaolan, she would never be able to become a Daoist emperor, no matter how many times she won. The great Daoist will on the path of the great Dao is unfathomable. After listening, an Xian fell into contemplation, vaguely understanding the implication behind Gu An's words. At this moment, Gu An's fishing rod moved, and he began to reel it in with effort, his arms trembling. Watching Guan struggle as if he were a mortal, an Xian covered her mouth and laughed, thinking her master truly loved to act. In a bright palace, Ji Xiaoyu sat meditating in front of a blue crystal, the crystal reflecting her silhouette. Yuan Songzi approached, stopping in front of Ji Xiaoyu, hesitating to speak. With her eyes closed, Ji Xiaoyu asked, "Speak your mind, Ting Master." Yuan Songzi took a deep breath and said, "Give up, your next opponent is unbeatable." Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaoyu opened her eyes, staring steadily at him. Yuan Songzi continued, "I've investigated. The unbeatable emperor not only achieved 1,000 victories, but he also swept through the peers in the primordial emperor domain. A Daoist emperor once fought him at the same realm and was defeated. To defeat a Daoist emperor before stepping onto the emperor road, even if the Daoist emperor suppressed his realm, is still unbelievable." The mere thought of it filled Yuan Songzi with fear. He feared Ji Xiaoyu would not believe it, so he added, "On the path of the great Dao, everyone believes the unbeatable emperor is destined to become a Daoist emperor. Your matchup, dictated by the Dao's will, is in misfortune. Avoiding the battle might mean wasted efforts, but at least you'll live. The struggle for the Daoist emperor is no child's play, 9 out of 10 losers die." Throughout the years, many prodigies have fallen at Ji Xiaoyu's hand. Unfazed, Ji Xiaoyu asked, "Ting Master, have you ever considered that the path to becoming a Daoist emperor is cruel and cannot be filled with pushovers? If I give up this time, when I next reach this point, I will face another prodigy as formidable as the unbeatable emperor. If I always give up, what is the point of walking the path of the great Dao? To have the Dao's recognition, one must defeat the opponents selected by the Dao." These words made Yuan Songzi frown. He felt they made sense. Perhaps he had indeed underestimated the difficulty of becoming a Daoist emperor. Thinking that Shaolan might also face an opponent like the unbeatable emperor made him suddenly feel lost. Perhaps he had acted too hastily. Right now, the Dao court may not be able to nurture a Daoist emperor. Ji Xiaoyu looked at Yuan Songzi, smiling with high spirits, and said gently, "Moreover, Ting Master, how dare you assert that I will certainly lose? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 658 The Power of the Emperor Clan. The day of the duel between Ji Xiaoyu and the unbeatable emperor finally arrived, with the Dao court's members trailing Ji Xiaoyu to a meteorite. Gazing around, the void was dim, with countless meteorites scattered across it. Above the Dao court's party, colorful splendor surged across the void's ceiling, illuminating it without diminishing its shadowy undertone. Ji Xiaoyu stepped into the void, while the others waited on the ground. Xiaolan gazed at Ji Xiaoyu with concern. Having spent many years with him, Ji Xiaoyu had taken good care of her, even teaching her spells and divine skills. In her heart, Ji Xiaoyu was like a mentor. Knowing the power of the unbeatable emperor, how could she not worry for Ji Xiaoyu? The void was vast, silent, and oppressive. Although the unbeatable emperor had not yet appeared, this void was already filled with an immense sense of oppression. After Ji Xiaoyu distanced herself from the meteorite where the Dao court was, she stood silently in the void, waiting. A long time passed. "Ha!" A shout echoed through the void, disrupting everyone's thoughts. Sar the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Following that shout, more shouts arose, one after another, growing louder and more imposing, as if millions were roaring in unison, shaking the heavens with overwhelming oppression. Everyone from the Dao court tensed, their gazes directed toward the depths of the void, where a red radiance appeared, rapidly expanding. Xiaolan squinted and saw an imposing figure, akin to a war god, striding out from the vast flames within the red radiance. The unbeatable emperor. He wore a dark red chain armor, with a red scarf around his waist, his trousers wide, billowing in the wind. His face was handsome but indifferent, and he wore a deep red coronet on his forehead. His long black hair danced wildly, his commanding presence threatening to shake the heavens and earth. He treaded on the red flames, moving with the grace of a dragon and a tiger, his aura seemingly distorting the void. Behind him, countless figures emerged from the red flames, each with an extraordinary aura. Although they remained silent, the deafening shouts continued to echo infinitely through the void. The Dao court's members looked on from afar, their faces grim, their hearts in their throats. "Is the primordial emperor domain really this formidable?" an elder of the Dao court muttered, his face full of shock. Yuan Songzi took a deep breath and said, "This is but one emperor clan of the primordial emperor domain. The might of the primordial emperor domain is beyond our imagination. In the great thousand world, only a few great worlds can barely compare." These words fueled further fantasies about the primordial emperor domain among the crowd. Meanwhile, the unbeatable emperor raised his right hand, fiery flames gathering in his palm, forming a long spear, several times his own length, with a massive spearhead, as if a Qilin spat out the spear blade, surrounded by a divine beast's phantom, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. He looked at Ji Xiaoyu from afar and said, "Are you the reincarnation Dao Emperor? Bearing the name of reincarnation, do not disappoint me." As his words fell, he thrust his spear toward Ji Xiaoyu. A fiery line suddenly shot out, seemingly splitting the entire void in two. The red flame divine beast phantom roared silently before Ji Xiaoyu, the wave of qi force blowing through her long hair, revealing her cold and perfect face. Ji Xiaoyu remained silent, raising her right hand as rolling gray mist emerged from her palm, transforming into dragons coiling around her. An exceptional showdown between Daoist emperors was about to erupt. Yuan Songzi watched the unbeatable emperor, his eyes filled with fear. He could sense that the unbeatable emperor was still at the profound Yuan free immortal realm, yet his aura gave Yuan Songzi, who was at the realm's perfection, a horrifying sense of impending annihilation. He felt that the unbeatable emperor could kill him with a single stroke. This filled him with dread for the unbeatable emperor and increased his concern for Ji Xiaoyu. At the Jianghu sect's main city, around the gigantic battle platform, hundreds of thousands of disciples stood on the stone steps, observing the fight on the platform. Guan and his drinking buddies were also there, while an Xian was in the distance, sitting with the Jianghu sect's upper echelons. An Xian maintained a poised demeanor, not looking at Guan, but dispassionately overlooking the combat on the platform. Yi Qingshan put down his teacup, turned to an Xian, and asked with a smile, "Senior, how is this child's talent?" Yuan Luo had just transformed into a divinity transformation realm and was battling a profound heart realm disciple. Between the divinity transformation realm and the profound heart realm lay the void crossing and fusion realms, and the Qianquan sect was not a mundane sect of the past. Joining without nerve-level cultivation showed one was young and exceptionally talented. Even two great realms lower, Yuan Luo still had the upper hand. His talent was evident to the naked eye, even astonishing those disciples at the immortal realm. An Xian replied, "Indeed impressive, able to contend with any peerless genius in the world." Yuan Luo appeared only 16 or 17, still youthful, yet with one palm, he severely injured his opponent, rendering them unable to fight. Floating in the air, he looked up to the pavilion where the upper echelons were and loudly declared, "I want to challenge a higher realm." His words caused an uproar among the crowd. The observing disciples had not expected Yuan Luo to continue challenging, increasing their anticipation of him. Grand Elder Lin Chuan signaled with his hand, and a Mahayana realm disciple stepped onto the platform with a sword. Yuan Luo bowed to the opponent, then initiated the attack first. "This kid is so formidable, no wonder the higher-ups are promoting him so much," remarked one of Gu An's friends, prompting discussions among the other friends. Guan was not surprised by Yuan Luo's performance. This child's mana was bound by his realm, yet his qi blood force was overly vigorous. Though appearing at the divinity transformation realm, he in fact rivaled Nirvana. While watching the spectacle, Guan was also focused on Ji Xiaoyu's duel on the path of the Great Tao. Ji Xiaoyu was not a match for the unbeatable emperor. Despite giving it her all, she was unable to defeat him yet managed to wound him, surprising the unbeatable emperor and the great powers of the primordial emperor domain. Guan would not assist Ji Xiaoyu to defeat the unbeatable emperor, as it held no significance. His goal was to ensure Ji Xiaoyu survived. In the final clash of divine skills, Ji Xiaoyu was defeated, her body obliterated, leaving only her soul, barely alive. At this point, the destiny she accumulated on the path of the Great Tao flowed entirely to the unbeatable emperor. "You are stronger than my previous opponents, and your understanding of the path of reincarnation is quite impressive. I think I won't forget you for a long time in the future." The voice of the unbeatable emperor resonated through the void, still fierce in aura, with the wounds on his cheeks making him even more imposing. Holding his long spear, he approached Ji Xiaoyu's soul. All around, the void was filled with smoke and clouds, remnants of shattered meteorites. Seeing the unbeatable emperor about to annihilate her completely, Yuan Songzi hurriedly flew in front of Ji Xiaoyu, urgently saying, "You've already won, so why push it to the extreme? Please grant her a chance to live." The unbeatable emperor slightly lifted his chin, looking down at Yuan Songzi with contempt, saying, "Since when did worms dare to obstruct a Daoist emperor?" In the distance, the great powers of the primordial emperor domain stepped forward, their boundless might suffocating Yuan Songzi. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 659, A Palm Transcending the Great Tao. The words of the unbeatable emperor were like a series of thunderclaps, echoing endlessly, causing the cultivators of the Tao court to change their expressions drastically. Although they feared the unbeatable emperor, hearing his words still made them feel a great sense of humiliation, for Yuan Songzi was the master of the Tao court. Xiaolan gritted her teeth, wanting to rush over and fight alongside Yuan Songzi, but was stopped by a female elder. "Don't act impulsively, don't burden the Ting master," the female elder said in a deep voice, her gaze towards Yuan Songzi revealing her uncontrollable unease. Yuan Songzi was insulted by the unbeatable emperor but didn't get angry. Following the unbeatable emperor's words, he said, "Since you consider us insects, why go to the trouble of stomping on insects? Not to mention the imperial clan behind, even if all of them attacked together, they would still not be a match for the unbeatable emperor alone. On this path of the Great Tao, a prodigy not only needs personal strength but also a sufficiently strong force to support them." The beautiful dream that Yuan Songzi had was completely shattered at this moment. Ji Xiaoyu and Xiaolan lacked the talent, and the Tao court didn't have the foundation to escort a Daoist emperor. Even if humiliated, he had to protect Ji Xiaoyu as much as possible because he knew very well that if they did nothing, they would also be doomed. The Dao intent of the great powers of the imperial clan had already sealed this void, leaving them with no escape. The unbeatable emperor's lips curled into a contemptuous smile as he said, I am fulfilling her, losing on the emperor road, damaging the Dao heart, and leading a life of nothing but defeat. What meaning does it have? His footsteps did not pause, and with each step, the killing intent grew stronger. When his words fell, the pressure brought onto Yuan Songzi reached its peak, making him unable to speak, only able to look at him in terror. Spare them, I am willing to die. Ji Xiaoyu's voice came from behind Yuan Songzi, calm, without a trace of anger or fear. The unbeatable emperor's smile became wild, and he raised the spear in his hand, pointing its tip at Yuan Songzi, yet his gaze fixed on Ji Xiaoyu. He sneered disdainfully, it's over. You're all doomed. Setting foot on the Emperor Road, you should have been mentally prepared. If not, then learn the lesson of arrogance. His right hand suddenly loosened. Boom! The long spear in his hand burst forth with a terrifying momentum, as if carrying a storm, unstoppably killing towards Yuan Songzi. Everything happened too fast. Even though both parties were of the same realm, Yuan Songzi had no time to react, only able to widen his eyes. When the spear stopped in front of him, his whole body froze, feeling as if even his divine soul was fixed in place, unable to move. He hadn't experienced such despair in a long time. Faced with the divine spear, he truly felt he was going to die, and there was no hope for reincarnation. His mind blank, he instinctively looked at the unbeatable emperor, discovering that he frowned. The cultivators of the Dao court were extremely tense, seeing Yuan Songzi not dead. Hope ignited in their hearts, thinking that the unbeatable emperor temporarily changed his mind. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the unbeatable emperor. The unbeatable emperor frowned deeply, glancing in another direction. He yelled in a deep voice, "What master from where is interfering with me?" A master? The Dao court side was all bewildered, realizing the unbeatable emperor was not sparing them out of mercy but that there was other assistance. Compared to the extremely arrogant unbeatable emperor, they preferred the unknown helper. The cultivators of the Dao court were all excited, trying hard to restrain their emotions, not daring to breathe even a single breath. Xiaolan also felt surprised, her heart filled with curiosity. Who would rescue them at this moment? Let people off when you can, besides, you have no enmity. A hoarse voice echoed through the void, causing displeasure to flash in the unbeatable emperor's eyes. When Ji Xiaoyu heard this voice, her eyes dimmed. Although he had changed his voice, she immediately knew who the owner of the voice was. She didn't want that person to see her so embarrassed. The unbeatable emperor did not respond, but the great powers of the imperial clan could not remain silent. Does fellow Daoist want to challenge the imperial clan? If fellow Daoist is this girl's support, why not appear earlier? Her destiny should not be like this. If passing by, why entangle in this karma? If wanting to save them, state your relationship, don't hide in the dark. With such cultivation, do you not know the rules of the Emperor Road? The dignified voices rose one after another, all very assertive, seemingly not taking the one who intervened seriously. Far off in the Qinkuan sect, Guan sighed. How many years has it been? It's rare to encounter someone so stubborn. Sir, the novel Fire. Net ** website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guan, through deduction, knew the reason they wanted to eradicate was to prevent the secrets of the unbeatable emperor's divine skills from being exposed, leaving no threat for the unbeatable emperor's future. The reason was sufficient, but having intervened, would he still fight to the death for this reason? Ultimately, it's still too arrogant. Guan could see at a glance the source of this imperial clan. The strongest was no more than a Miaojin Daluo immortal, and that was an ancient monster hidden for unknown billions of years. Having thought that, Guan's gaze turned cold. Just then, a strand of someone's hair drifted in front of him. He raised his hand and waved, destroying the hair. The surrounding observing disciples were too excited, all discussing Yuan Luo's performance, and even his drinking and meat friends on his left and right didn't notice his actions. However, Gu An's wave was not casual. The mana of a Dao extreme Daoist immortal passed through the celestial spirit great world in an incredible manner, entered the path of the great Dao, then crossed layers of cosmic planes, arriving at the void where Ji Xiaoyu, Shaolan, and the others were. The questions from the imperial clan had not yet fallen, and the unbeatable emperor was still staring intensely at Ji Xiaoyu. The Dao court side was nervously waiting, with Yuan Songzi unable to recover from the earlier shocking experience. Suddenly, the entire void became bright, darkness was banished, and everyone instinctively looked in one direction, only to see deep within the void. It was as bright as daylight, with an incomparably majestic golden giant hand coming at them. Facing this golden giant hand, any existence appeared insignificant. The unbeatable emperor's face changed drastically. He was horrified to find himself unable to move. Not only him, but the other great powers of the imperial clan were the same, all seemingly petrified, dumbly watching the golden giant hand approach. Ji Xiaoyu's pupils widened, while Yuan Songzi and the cultivators of the Dao court were left open-mouthed. They couldn't move either, only able to see the golden giant hand getting closer and closer. As the hand neared, the outline of the golden giant hand could not fit into their vision. In front of such a giant hand, they only felt shock, their emotions indescribable. Under their gaze, the golden giant hand seemed to replace the void, lightly waving towards them. The wind from its palm blew, turning the great powers of the imperial clan directly into ashes. Even the unbeatable emperor gradually perished, his expression before death one of disbelief, seemingly not expecting such an end for himself. After waving the hand to annihilate the imperial clan, the golden giant hand became illusory, and the strong light it emitted gradually weakened. Yet the entire void remained in silence. All the cultivators of the Dao court still held expressions of astonishment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 660, A Lifespan of 10 Trillion Years. As the Emperor clan and the unbeatable Emperor vanished into ash, the golden giant hand dissipated, the void gradually returning to dimness, while the people of the Dao court remained in silence, unable to awaken from their shock. The pure-hearted Shaolan was the first to break the silence. She couldn't help but ask, what realm was the senior who acted just now? The legendary heaven-encompassing free immortal? The cultivators of the Dao court awoke one after another, starting to bow in all directions, expressing gratitude to the person who intervened. Yuan Songzi also came to his senses, loudly exclaimed, I am Yuan Songzi from the Dao court of the celestial spirit great world, grateful for the senior's assistance. I wonder what can we do for the senior? There is no such thing as a favor for no reason. Yuan Songzi reflected on his connections, unable to think of such a powerful entity. He could only ponder what the other party might want them to do. However, no one answered him. Ji Xiaoyu remained silent, sat down cross-legged on the spot, and began restoring her body. Meanwhile, in the Jianghu sect, Guan was occupied by a series of prompts in his vision. To deal with the Emperor clan, he used his own mana, not relying on avatars, thus he could seize life force, especially since the Emperor clan lacked celestial court destiny. Successfully captured 20,239,008,276 years of life from Emperor Changyuan, early stage of innate golden immortal realm. Successfully captured 809,244,623 years of life from Gu Dong, late stage of heaven-encompassing free immortal realm. Successfully captured 209,872,307,762 years of life from Emperor Han Tian, middle stage of Hengtian golden immortal realm. Successfully captured 70,982,763 years of life from Qin Li, perfect innate golden immortal realm. Successfully captured 249,827,206,383 years of life from Ji Zun, middle stage of Tai Qin golden immortal realm. Looking at his skyrocketing lifespan, Guan felt agitated. No wonder those with reincarnation bodies couldn't resist the temptation of seizing life force. He now felt an impulse to go on a killing spree, but he knew he mustn't do that. Excessive slaughter and rapidly growing stronger would attract powerful entities far beyond his cultivation level to intervene. This time, attacking the Emperor clan was justified and wouldn't attract attention from being surpassing Dao Extreme Daoist Immortal. The lifespans of these powerful figures within the Emperor clan varied. The strongest Taiqing Golden Immortal provided him with a lifespan not much higher than the Hengtian Golden Immortal, yet overall, it still yielded him substantial gains. The Emperor clan only had one Taiqing Golden Immortal protecting the unbeatable Emperor. Most others were heaven-encompassing free immortals and innate golden immortals, a total of several hundred. Your lifespan has surpassed 10 trillion years for the first time. Starting a random lifespan function upgrade. Your life expectancy prediction function has been upgraded. Life expectancy prediction upgrade successful. Life expectancy prediction automatically detects causality. When a living being bears hostility toward your true self or clones, a prompt will appear. It automatically deduces causality. If someone's causality conflicts with yours, a prompt will appear. Using this prompt does not consume lifespan, but conducting a lifespan detection on the opponent does. Witnessing the prompts before him, Gu An's eyes changed. Unlike the previous life expectancy prediction, this time the function covers his clones and can deduce causality. Deducing causality is quite domineering, implying potential enemies could be deduced. This function has both pros and cons. The advantage is identifying more enemies. The downside is the pressure of knowing enemies in advance, while the enemies remain oblivious and carefree. Of course, the most important thing is that his lifespan has broken through 10 trillion years. He can proceed to a breakthrough. Gu An's mood became joyful. Once all the lifespan prompts ceased, he brought up the attribute panel for viewing. Name, Guan, lifespan, 172, 971/14, 073, 593, 224, 087, Physique, Primordial Dao Creation Body, Cultivation Level, Middle Stage of Dao Extreme Daoist Immortal Realm. It's no wonder the Emperor clan. Guan acknowledged the Emperor clan behind the unbeatable Emperor as indeed powerful. Tianxian Emperor will form a causal hatred with you, destined to become your enemy. Would you like to perform a lifespan detection on them? Sir the Oval Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Ancestor Chuzi will form a causal hatred with you, destined to become your enemy. Would you like to perform a lifespan detection on them? Hanlong will form a causal hatred with you, destined to become your enemy. Would you like to perform a lifespan detection on them? Another series of prompts emerged wildly, causing Gu An's eyelids to twitch. Indeed. The new life expectancy prediction is a double-edged sword. With so many potential enemies, if he checked each one, could his 14 trillion years of lifespan endure? Guan chose one by one for lifespan detection. Upon selecting a name, the lifespan years to be consumed would display, then he would confirm. He had no intention of consuming lifespan, but from the lifespan consumption prompts, he could gauge the strength of the enemies. The Emperor clan's greatest support was one major realm lower than him, so it wasn't worth using lifespan detection on them. Even so, this function could still reveal the Emperor clan's foundation to him. For a period following this, lifespan prompts repeatedly appeared. When Yuan Luo defeated the Mahayana realm disciple to the cheering of the audience, the prompts before him continued. The connections behind the unbeatable Emperor were truly astonishing. Guan was secretly alarmed. Qinkuan sect's sect hierarch Yi Qingshan began to praise Yuan Luo, then spoke of the sect's millennial grand plan ahead, stirring the disciples' emotions. After the gathering, Guan politely declined invitations from companions for food and drink and left alone. On the other side, Ji Xiaoyu had restored her body, though her aura was weak and her cultivation level somewhat diminished. The cultivators of the Dao court surrounded her, their faces full of concern. Xiaolan couldn't help but ask, "Senior, how do you feel? How can we assist?" The pale-faced Ji Xiaoyu opened her eyes and said, "I am unscathed, but my path to the Daoist Emperor has been completely severed. Unbeatable Emperor's divine skills are indeed tyrannical. It will take me many years to completely dispel the power of his divine skills." Everyone felt their hearts sink, unable to accept it. They had traversed the path of the great Dao together for so many years, albeit thinking about the possibility of Ji Xiaoyu's defeat, seeing her fall in such a manner filled them with a sense of helplessness. The Emperor Road is indeed not something they can contend for. Yuan Songzi took a deep breath and said, "Return to the Dao court to recuperate." He looked at Xiaolan and said, "You have seen it too, the contention of the Emperor Road is fraught with peril. Before you are defeated, why not stop for now?" Xiaolan nodded lightly at his words. She too realized the vast gap between herself and Emperor Road geniuses and felt a bit worried for her brother Gu after being away from the celestial spirit great world for so many years. An elder couldn't help but sigh and said, "I wonder what kind of deity that senior was, to directly annihilate the Emperor clan to save us." The path of the great Tao is indeed one mountain higher than the other, heavens beyond heavens. Recalling the fierce battle earlier, they still felt a chilling thrill and an inexplicable excitement. "In my opinion, the Emperor clan brought it upon themselves, being overly arrogant. That senior perhaps didn't intend to destroy the Emperor clan, but these fellows gave no leeway and were too arrogant." A Dao court genius couldn't help but say, filled with admiration and fervor. "The golden giant hand will be the goal of his life pursuit from now on. Even if he cannot reach that realm in this life, he will cultivate in that direction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 661, Perfection Realm, the feelings of the celestial spirit god. After lamenting for a while, Yuan Songzi led everyone back to the celestial spirit great world. The journey ahead was long, and they dared not let down their guard. Soon, everyone fell into silence, each with their own thoughts. The image of that golden giant hand lingered in their minds, unable to dissipate. Even Xiaolan was reminiscing. This kind of power was too incredible. She must tell Brother Gu about it when she returns. Thinking of this, Xiaolan's mind was filled with the sound and appearance of Guan, eager to return home. On the other side, Guan left the Qingquan sect and went to an unoccupied mountain forest. At this moment, prompts kept appearing before his eyes. The number had already exceeded 1,000,000. Guan suspected that it wasn't just the unbeatable emperor's karmic enemies, but possibly other types of karma as well. He patiently waited. Once all prompts were gone, he would find a place to break through all at once, reaching the perfect Daoist Great Luo immortal realm. During the waiting process, he was also deducing. He could confirm that the lifespan predictive ability was stronger than his, but how much stronger was yet to be determined. Many names in the prompts were temporarily untraceable because there was no direct causality. How many people with the same name and surname existed? Even with lifespan prediction, Guan did not intend to eliminate his enemies in advance because karma could change. Just because someone was destined to be an enemy didn't mean he should start a killing spree. The new lifespan prediction served more as a warning. The more enemies there were, the more cautious he had to be. The higher the realm, the easier it was to lose oneself in one's own power, believing one could do anything. Although Guan was wary of many beings, he did not feel that his current life was suffocating. On the contrary, he felt happy with his life. He preferred playing in the human world within his own small domain to fighting. After waiting for an hour, no more prompts appeared, leaving Guan feeling helpless. His karmic enemies numbered in the tens of millions, which was absurd. However, judging by the lifespan consumption, not many posed a threat to him. Guan immediately performed the lifespan breakthrough. Even though he could go to the endless Dao mountain, he feared leaving traces and being discovered by unknown entities, so he cautiously used the lifespan breakthrough. After all, a round trip only cost 20 billion years of lifespan, which was a drizzle for him now. Safety was most important. Out of 9 prompts, Guan chose to go to the Hongmeng Great World for his breakthrough, and his figure disappeared into the forest. As time passed, the sun gradually set. Night fell. The forest was still, echoing with the croaking of frogs. Guan's figure reappeared. He was now perfect in the Daoist Great Luo immortal realm, having consumed a total of 40 trillion years of lifespan for this breakthrough. Thanks to the Emperor clan, even with such a loss of lifespan, Guan still had 100 trillion left. Next, he could begin to endure for 1 trillion lifetimes. Guan did not intend to return to the Daoist field of the beginningless but rather to take a journey through the human world. Having achieved a breakthrough with difficulty, he naturally had to indulge. With the dim night, the forest was silent, the moonlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, elongating Guan's shadow. He walked while contemplating. Above the Dao extreme Daoist immortal, what realm was there? After the Dao court and various major sects suppressed the internal turmoil, the dawn of peace in the world appeared. 1,000 years later, the human world returned to peace. The Emperor Tianhong, renowned and praised by the world, came to the vicinity of the Daoist field of the beginningless. In the forest where he had once knelt for tens of thousands of years, he gazed at the unchanging environment with a look of reflection on his face. After fighting in the mortal world for so many years and returning now, he finally understood what the supporting Dao sword venerable meant. He had gained immense fame, and even though he had left the Dao court, many major sects sought to recruit him. He could easily enjoy all the pleasures of the human world, and before returning, he did struggle with it. But more than temporary pleasure, he wanted to pursue the great Dao. He stood in front of the stream, waiting, looking back on the events of these years and those occasional fragments of memory. After waiting for an hour, Anzin's figure appeared on the opposite bank, startling the Emperor Tianhong, who quickly saluted her. An Xian, with a cold expression, said, "Come with me. From now on, you are a Wuxia disciple, and I am your senior sister." "Thank you, senior sister." The Emperor Tianhong responded, feeling excited. After so many years, he had finally become a disciple of the supporting Dao sword venerable. An Xian turned and left, with the Emperor Tianhong hurriedly following. Along the way, an Xian began to introduce the situation within the beginningless. She explained which disciples were there and what rules to pay attention to, and Emperor Tianhong listened attentively, not daring to neglect. When they stepped into the Daoist field of the beginningless, Emperor Tianhong clearly felt the nature's spiritual energy was suddenly different, even though the surroundings hadn't changed much. It was only when he emerged from the forest that he saw an incredibly beautiful mountain forest, a rare sight in the world. Every mountain was planted with various spirit flowers and spirit grass, creating a mesmerizing and beautiful spectacle that no painting could capture. An Xian ambled along the mountain path, without flying, compelling Emperor Tianhong to follow her pace. "Senior sister, is the teacher in the dojo?" Emperor Tianhong cautiously asked. An Xian, without looking back, said, "He's not here, but at the latest, you'll meet him the day after tomorrow." "Is there something urgent? Will I delay him?" Emperor Tianhong asked nervously. Such a great power as the supporting Dao sword venerable must be occupied with unimaginable important matters. In outer heaven debating the Dao with great powers? Or exploring the void of the great Dao? He has no urgent matters, just playing in the human world. Perhaps in past years, you encountered him, but he transformed into an unremarkable mortal, and you didn't recognize him. Anzin's answer surprised Emperor Tianhong greatly, raising concerns in his heart. He had to recall if he had done anything wrong in front of others. While Emperor Tianhong reflected on himself, Guan wasn't wandering in the human world. He was drinking with the celestial spirit god at the world gate. The two sat at a small table, with spiritual wine and some human world dishes placed on it. The celestial spirit god had long given up mortal desires, but since Guan invited him, he graciously accepted. After drinking a bowl of wine, the celestial spirit god took the initiative to say, "Tianhao should have taken root in the misty immortal court by now. I can sense his cultivation level rising rapidly lately." Guan smiled, he indeed is doing quite well. After reaching the perfect Daoist Great Luo immortal realm, Guan could precisely calculate the karma of the misty immortal court. The court's destiny couldn't obstruct his gaze. He could see everything within and knew Tianhao had gained the recognition of an immortal mansion, fully integrating into the misty immortal court. The celestial spirit god nodded and then asked, "How do you intend to deal with the Tai immortal monarch and the 72 immortals of Jindong?" Immortal gods can't be completely eradicated. One day, they will return to the celestial court or be discovered missing by it. Guan took the wooden token from his waist and placed it on the small table, jokingly saying, "After wearing it for so many years, I'm really not used to it. As for the Tai immortal monarch, let him continue to sink in the suffering of reincarnation. I will indeed spare them before the celestial court discovers them, but until then, it'll make them suffer a little. Even though it wasn't the first time Jin Dong's 72 immortals had been turned into wooden plaques, the celestial spirit god still felt amazed. Immortal gods were so fragile in Gu An's hands. Sir the Oval Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Even having pledged allegiance to Guan, he still didn't know Gu An's cultivation level. The human world has already seen other immortal gods and chaos evil demons appearing. If this goes on, it will certainly lead to catastrophe. As a celestial god, how do you think I should get through this calamity? Guan asked the celestial spirit god. Perhaps it was an illusion, but although Guan sought advice, the celestial spirit god felt he wasn't that fearful of the celestial court. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 662, The Difference Between Immortal Gods. The celestial spirit god contemplated for a long time before saying, there are only two paths. 1. You accumulate merit, benefit all living beings, touch the heavens, thus attracting the attention of the celestial court, and be rewarded with a place in the immortal class. 2. You abandon this great thousand world. Though the celestial court is strong, the great Tao is vast. Ultimately, there are places beyond the celestial court's reach. On the celestial court's bounty list, there are many powerful beings who have yet to be brought to justice. His answer left Guan somewhat dissatisfied. In short, isn't this just a choice between submission and escape? The celestial spirit god seemed to sense Gu An's displeasure and continued, some of the celestial court's actions do indeed overlook all living beings, but the celestial court is not evil. In fact, the 3,000 great worlds still exist, and immortal gods rarely present themselves. This alone suffices to prove the severity of the celestial rules. Within any force in the world, there is good and bad, and there is no absolutely fair rule or order. The internal struggles within the celestial court are also significant, and the celestial emperor, who stands lofty, has been in seclusion for years, rarely emerging into the world. Over the endless years, countless purges have occurred in the celestial court. But no matter how the changes unfold, immortal gods will ultimately be ensnared by their interests. When longevity is no longer a luxury, besides power, all that remains for them is status. Actually joining the celestial court is not as unbearable as you imagine, nor will you lose so-called freedom. As long as you fulfill your duties, immortal gods can have plenty of personal time. Though he pledged allegiance to Guan, it was an act of desperation. In his heart he wished for Guan to join the celestial court. With Gu An's abilities, rising to a celestial Tao immortal position higher than that of an immortal monarch in the future would be no difficult task. Guan smiled and said, I do not reject the celestial court. I am just cautious about the unknown. After all, even you are unsure where exactly the celestial court is, or how deep its waters run. The celestial spirit god couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. In the celestial spirit great world, he was a high and mighty celestial god, yet he had never even been to the celestial court and was part of its lower echelons, an unnoticed existence. Even if he violated the celestial rules or neglected his duties, the celestial court wouldn't deal with him in a short time, because the celestial court simply didn't care about him. With this in mind, the celestial spirit god also felt frustrated. He thought he took the wrong path back then. If he hadn't been obsessed with that immortal palace treasure, how would he have ended up in such a situation? Guan asked with a smile, it said your talent is outstanding even among celestial gods. Don't you have any plans? Do you want to remain a celestial god forever? The celestial spirit god shook his head and said, those who become celestial gods are all of extraordinary talent. Even if I give my best in cultivation, ascending would still require an exceedingly long time. I have a junior who is currently participating in the selection for celestial gods, cultivating in a celestial army. The celestial god is called Celestial Calming God. Do you know him? Guan thought of Jianghu and thus asked. The The celestial spirit god nodded and said, I know him. He counts as my senior. He serves the Huang Feng immortal monarch, and among celestial gods, he holds a relatively high position. The lowest in rank are celestial gods like us guarding a great thousand world, whereas celestial calming god isn't confined to one place. He is akin to a god of destruction, and his range of activity covers the 3,000 great worlds. Mentioning celestial calming god, the celestial spirit god's tone carried envy. Guan gained a clearer understanding of celestial gods. Even among immortal gods of the same rank, the extent of power varies. The celestial spirit god opened up, starting to recount his experiences serving the celestial court. Memories related to the celestial court couldn't be confiscated, so Guan was also curious about his past. The universe was silent, distant stars dotting the sky. Guan and the celestial spirit god, drinking before the world gate, seemed unaffected by time as bowl followed bowl, perhaps a metaphor for the passage of time and the changes in the world. In times of peace, time passes more swiftly. In the blink of an eye, another 10,000 years have passed. The members of Dao court who had ventured onto the path of the great Dao finally returned, causing a commotion in the entire sect. Xiaolan and Yuan Songzi stood on high clouds, looking at the vast sea of people below, smiles on their faces. They finally returned. Returning from the path of the great Dao was an equally long journey, with endless hardships, and only at this moment could their tense minds relax. Seeing that Dao court remained prosperous, the great cultivators of the Dao court were full of relief in their eyes. CTH Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Ting Master, Elders, I'm leaving first. My brother Gu is still waiting for me. Xiaolan said this and then turned to leave, disappearing into the ends of the heavens and earth in the blink of an eye. Ji Xiaoyu's expression became unnatural upon hearing her words, but she said nothing. A female elder shook her head and laughed. This girl is still as infatuated with her lover as ever. Even after traveling the path of the great Dao and broadening her horizons, she remains true to her original heart. The other elders also revealed kind smiles. They all doted on Xiaolan, feeling she was like a child who never outgrew. Yuan Songzi's gaze landed on a figure below, who stood out with overwhelming aura, attracting attention even while amidst the crowd. Zhao Russian. To have grown to such an extent, it seems a lot has happened over these years. Yuan Songzi mused. Ji Xiaoyu's failure on the Emperor Road, and Xiaolan's pause, made him realize that the Daoist emperor was still far from Dao court. Looking again at Zhao Russian, he felt this person wasn't so remarkable, at least far inferior to the unbeatable emperor. Where exactly could the seat of a Daoist emperor be found? Yuan Songzi's thoughts drifted, his heart feeling a bit melancholy. Meanwhile, Guan had already returned to Xiaolan's grotto heaven to wait, noticing Ji Xiaoyu's expression. He pondered how to help her. Failing on the Emperor Road, her cultivation level regressed, and her Dao heart was damaged. It was his first time hearing Ji Xiaoyu's heart sound so lonely. He could feel Ji Xiaoyu's pride, and precisely because of it, he felt this matter was difficult to handle. If only he could, like creating a Dao treasure, carve a path of destiny no less than that of a Daoist emperor. With this thought, Gu An's eyes lit up. This direction seems promising. Since he has ample time and doesn't need to engage in daily arduous cultivation, he might as well study different paths of destiny. Guan began to contemplate in this direction. He first needed to understand the essence of a Daoist emperor. Not long after, Xiaolan's presence burst into the grotto heaven. She appeared out of nowhere before Guan and hugged him tightly. Wonderful, brother Gu, you're still here. Xiaolan held on to Guan tightly, speaking with delight. She was so overjoyed she even shed tears. Don't be fooled by her carefree demeanor usually. In reality, she always worried in her heart. She was away for too long and was truly afraid of changes occurring in Dao court or Guan reaching his twilight years. What are you saying? My talent may not be as great as yours, but am also diligently cultivating. Am not that easy to die. Guan humphed, gently patting her back, feeling a little touched himself. In retrospect, he had countless separations with his junior sister throughout this life. He could foresee the future, but his junior sister could not. Worrying for the future was normal. It seemed showing off some of his own strength appropriately, revealing a bit of the iceberg to leave her in awe, is necessary. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 663, blaze a new trail after a long separation. Their reunion was fiery with passion. Guan and Xiaolan entwined for half a month before they finally parted. Xiaolan continued her cultivation, while Guan switched avatars. His true self went to various places to harvest matured medicinal herbs. After he was done, he returned to the Daoist field of the beginningless. Walking along the mountain path, Guan began contemplating the matter of creating a path. To create a path similar to that of a Daoist emperor. A Daoist emperor is an existence aided by great Dao destiny. In the same realm, a Daoist emperor's power of the great Dao is stronger, and they can also command the great Dao of the present environment to fight on their behalf. This gives Daoist emperors the ability to fight beyond their realm, making them invincible within the same realm. There are 3,000 great Daos. Different Daos can cultivate different Daoist emperors. On the path of the great Dao, cultivators competing for the destiny of a Daoist emperor can devour the great Dao destiny of their competitors, thus enhancing their own destiny, and transform the destiny of different Daos into their own without changing the essence of their own Dao. This suggests that there may be some rules judging the Daoist emperors. If a Daoist emperor relies on the power of the Dao, wouldn't allowing others to rely on their own power be considered a way out? As this thought emerged, countless ideas burst forth in Gu An's mind. He suddenly thought that the celestial court could also be such an existence. The heavenly court immortals leverage celestial Dao destiny, fundamentally similar to Daoist emperors, albeit the immortal gods are stronger. Could it be that the so-called celestial Dao was also created by an extremely powerful existence? Gu An's imagination ran wild, and he decided to test such an approach. To transform his own power into a cultivation system for Ji Xiaoyu to use. Providing such a method is not difficult and can be transmitted through the path of cause and effect. But mere borrowing pales in comparison to the Daoist emperors and the heavenly court immortals. Upon acquiring great Dao destiny, a Daoist emperor's cultivation speed increases, and the heavenly court immortals can rely on celestial Dao destiny to attain immortality. Guan felt that to successfully create this, it would take a very long time. He did not feel discouraged by this, instead, he was full of anticipation. Things that can be achieved easily are not worth expecting. A long time passed. Guan returned to his courtyard, and besides Shenzhen, an Xian and Emperor Tianhong were also present. The two were discussing something, and upon seeing Guan, they immediately saluted. Master, Yuan Luo offended Zhao Rushan at the Dao Court's Genius Conference. Yi Qingshan fears for his premature death and wishes to send him to Wuxia for tempering. What do you think? An Xian was the first to speak. Guan shook his head and said, the beginningless is not a place for fostering layabouts, and that disciple named Yuan Luo does not wish to train here. Upon hearing that Yi Qingshan wanted to send him to the beginningless, Yuan Luo not only resisted but also flew into a rage. In his view, the sect felt he would be killed by Zhao Rushan, which humiliated him, and he vowed to annihilate Zhao Rushan. The enmity between Yuan Luo and Zhao Rushan was not complex. At the Genius Conference, Yuan Luo shone brilliantly, and Zhao Rushan tried to recruit him, but his words implied threats, which displeased Yuan Luo. The two clashed, and with his fiery temper, he even took the initiative to strike Zhao Rushan. One must know that Zhao Rushan is currently a chief disciple of the Dao Court, and barring accidents, he will become the next master of the Dao Court. Even though the Dao Court said nothing, offending the chief disciple of the Dao Court put tremendous pressure on the Qingkuan sect. Upon hearing Gu An's words, an Xian did not say much more. She vanished on the spot to negotiate with the Qingkuan sect. Master, I accompanied senior sister to the Qingkuan sect yesterday and met that genius named Yuan Luo. I feel he, Emperor Tianhong hesitated to continue. Guan walked to the artifact refining cauldron, observing the Dao treasure inside, and casually asked, "He's the reincarnation of a chaos evil demon, right?" Emperor Tianhong's eyes widened in astonishment. "You know?" The things Guan said to Shenzhen and an Xian were not spread to other disciples, so the true identity of Yuan Luo had not been revealed. Even though he had joined the Daoist field of the beginningless for thousands of years, Emperor Tianhong still did not know that Guan was aware of this matter. "After all, even you, as a heavenly court immortal, have been reincarnated. One more chaos evil demon isn't surprising," Guan said with a gentle laugh. Emperor Tianhong fell silent. He gradually awakened part of his past lives' memories, knowing that he had an illustrious background in his previous life. He had confessed this to Guan, who fortunately didn't mind. Emperor Tianhong is the reincarnation of a heavenly court star monarch, whose cultivation level should have been in the Taiqing golden immortal realm in his previous life. Although I don't understand why this world always attracts so many outer heaven existences, as your master, I do not wish to partake in the karma. If one day you wish to return, your master will not stop you." Gu An's words deeply moved Emperor Tianhong, and he quickly said, "I won't go back." "Silly disciple, once you fully awaken your past lives' memories, you'll know you'll definitely go back." Guan laughed, knowing well that Emperor Tianhong would not betray his information to the heavenly court. Among the Wuxia disciples, even an Xian, no one truly knew how powerful he was, which divine skills he commanded, or even which great Daos he cultivated. If Emperor Tianhong could become a channel for him to express goodwill towards the heavenly court, that would be a welcome outcome. He bore no grudge against the celestial court, nor did he wish to create one. The conflicts with the immortal gods were out of necessity. Emperor Tianhong remained silent. Listening to his master's words, he realized he truly could not rashly make promises. "By the way, Tianhong, do you want to become a Daoist emperor?" Guan suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tianhong quickly said, "I don't want to. I just want to cultivate with master." He hailed from the Dao court, naturally knowing about the Daoist emperor. Coupled with some memory fragments, he knew Daoist emperors to be very powerful, but he preferred to cultivate alongside Guan. Intuition told him that Guan was his greatest opportunity. Guan turned to look at him and asked with a smile, "If I open up a path similar to that of a Daoist emperor, would you be willing to step into it?" Sarch * the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Emperor Tianhong's eyes widened with excitement. "Of course, I would. If you pave such a path, master, I am willing to be the trailblazer." Shenzhen, standing to the side, added, "If you're truly going to open up a new path of cultivation, then I also want to join." She had faith not in the immortal gods nor the great Tao, but in Guan. Guan shook his head slightly and said, "It's just a concept. Whether it will succeed is still uncertain." Despite his words, both Emperor Tianhong and Shenzhen were already beginning to dream. In a quiet palace, Ji Xiaoyu sat cross-legged on a prayer mat, cultivating. However, her brows were tightly furrowed, as if she was enduring pain. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide and spat out a blood arrow. Her face turned pale, and her entire aura collapsed. Despair filled her eyes. Her cultivation level was dropping again. If this continued, she might fall back to the Daoist collection freedom immortal realm, or even drop to the mortal realm. She couldn't tell if it was backlash from the Emperor Road or if the unbeatable Emperor's divine skills were still tormenting her. What kind of divine skill is this, that even the slightest leak of breath can make me lose? Is it possible he wants to conceal this divine skill by eradicating everything? Ji Xiaoyu fell into contemplation, recalling the divine skills used by the unbeatable Emperor, which sent shivers down her spine. It was an aura of utmost evil. At this moment, a terrifying pressure enveloped the palace, causing her expression to change dramatically. She looked up to see a cloud of dreadful black gas appearing on the dim ceiling, within which a pair of terrifying eyes opened. The eyes were purple, resembling a pair of snake eyes, staring down at her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 664, The Strongest Power These Eyes. Ji Xiaoyu felt a chill run down her spine, and she couldn't help but ask, "You didn't die?" Back then, it was with these eyes that the unbeatable emperor defeated her. As soon as these eyes opened, she was drawn into a strange illusion realm. In the illusion realm, she was besieged by multiple versions of herself until she was defeated. Even now, she could not comprehend it when she recalled the incident. What kind of divine skill was that, making her turn against herself? The battle within the illusion realm didn't feel like a hallucination, because afterwards, the injuries she sustained there manifested in reality. These mysterious eyes didn't answer Ji Xiaoyu, only stared coldly at her. Ji Xiaoyu sensed something was wrong, her expression changed drastically. She instinctively tried to get up, but an unbelievably terrifying force suppressed her, preventing her from rising. The other party was probing her karma. No. He wasn't the unbeatable emperor. Ji Xiaoyu could feel that the oppressive force was much stronger than that of the unbeatable emperor. It was an unimaginable power, even Guan did not bring such a terrifying sense of pressure. Could he be the entity behind the unbeatable emperor? Investigating the cause of the unbeatable emperor's death? Ji Xiaoyu instinctively thought of Guan, but in an instant, she focused her attention back on the figure before her. Were these eyes a bloodline heritage? She had heard from Yuan Songzi that the emperor clan, behind the unbeatable emperor, dared to take the title of emperor because they had nurtured many Daoist emperors. Cultivating so many great Dao emperors was beyond the reach of a mere Daoist technique legacy. The bloodline talent of the emperor clan must be extraordinary. Just then, the eyes closed, but Ji Xiaoyu did not relax, as the suppressive force was still there. A silhouette emerged from the black mist at the zenith, an elderly man in black robes, his white hair tied beneath a crown, exuding an extraordinary aura, with a coldness between his brows that sent chills down one's spine. His purple eyes seemed able to penetrate the soul, causing Ji Xiaoyu's heart to tremble. Ji Xiaoyu saw a shadow of the unbeatable emperor in him. This person clearly had some connection to the unbeatable emperor. The old man in black descended from the sky, landing in front of Ji Xiaoyu. He raised his right hand towards Ji Xiaoyu's forehead. Faced with such a dire situation, Ji Xiaoyu felt despair in her heart but showed no fear, instead staring straight at the old man in black. Clap. A hand suddenly pressed on the old man's shoulder, the sound not loud, yet at this moment, it reverberated throughout the hall. The purple eyes of the old man in black widened suddenly, and Ji Xiaoyu saw the newcomer behind him, which made her expression complicated. Suddenly, the old man's soul flew out of his body, turning to face the figure behind his flesh, his eyes wide open, emitting a terrifying aura. However, nothing happened. The old man couldn't help but exclaim, "How is this possible? Who exactly are you?" His immortal emperor's eye was actually suppressed by the other party, unable to unleash its divine skill power. It was the first time he encountered such a situation. Even encountering an existence with a higher cultivation level, his immortal emperor's eye could cause trouble. Guan slightly lifted his head, looking at the old man's soul, his expression indifferent. His right hand squeezed, forcibly pulling the old man's soul back into his body. Immediately, the old man's flesh rapidly shrunk, finally disappearing into his palm. Guan's right hand tightened, then tucked it into his arms, as if he were holding a small trinket. This scene left Ji Xiaoyu momentarily dazed. With the disappearance of the old man, the pressure suppressing her also vanished, but she remained sitting on the cushion. The hall plunged into silence once more. Guan looked at Ji Xiaoyu, suddenly at a loss for words, as the two stared at each other. Ji Xiaoyu regained her composure and asked, "Did you anticipate his arrival long ago, or did you notice him the moment he arrived?" Guan replied, "Both. I keep an eye on you when I have nothing else to do." These words caused a subtle change in Ji Xiaoyu's gaze. Does he care about me? Thinking this, Ji Xiaoyu felt a little elated inside, though she did not show it on her face. CTH Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guan could hear her inner thoughts, which boosted his confidence. He smiled and said, Miss Third, do you have any grievances against me? Not visiting for years and going off on the path of the great Tao. If you came to me, I could surely grant you power stronger than a Daoist emperor. He still preferred to call Ji Xiaoyu Miss Third, as it reminded him of the past. I can't bear such a title, and I'm no longer associated with the Ji family, Ji Xiaoyu replied, pondering how to deal with Guan. She knew Gu An's words might be true, but she still didn't want to rely on him. Guan sighed inwardly, she's indeed proud. With a wave of his right hand, a Dao treasure flew to Ji Xiaoyu and Guan said, this is a Dao treasure I crafted, called the Reincarnation Endless Map. It contains the path of reincarnation, capable of eliminating the residual power left by the unbeatable emperor. With that, he disappeared into thin air. Ji Xiaoyu looked at the reincarnation endless map hovering in front of her. The map unfolded, filled with strokes and ink, resembling gloomy clouds, with nothing else visible. She raised her hand to catch the reincarnation endless map, then let out a slight sigh. He left so quickly. I wanted to ask him about the unbeatable emperor's divine skill just now, Ji Xiaoyu whispered with a sigh, her gaze landing on the reincarnation endless map, her expression turning complex. Why hadn't she felt his dominance before? Forcing himself to help her like this. Elsewhere. Guan returned to the Daoist field of the beginningless. He left quickly because he knew Ji Xiaoyu would inquire about the immortal emperor's eye. The eyes of the unbeatable emperor and the old man in black were indeed the immortal emperor's eye. Guan was curious about this. The immortal emperor's eye was not tolerated by the celestial court, yet the emperor clan dared to cultivate it? No wonder they faced extermination. If the immortal emperor's eye were to spread, they'd face even more dire consequences. Guan sat inside his chamber, lifting his right hand where the old man in black, now the size of a grain of rice, stood in his palm. At this moment, the old man still retained consciousness. Looking up at the gigantic Guan, his eyes were filled with horror and despair. He roughly guessed what Guan intended to do but was powerless to resist, unable even to self-destruct. Why is this happening? Why does my immortal emperor's eye fear him so? The old man's mind collapsed with these thoughts, not just because he was facing death, but also because the failure of the immortal emperor's eye shattered his belief. Previously, he believed the immortal emperor's eye to be the ultimate power. This was the source of his confidence to come. It took him millennia, avoiding the celestial god, to infiltrate the celestial spirit great world, only to be captured immediately upon arrival, a conclusion he had never envisioned. Guan looked down at the old man, his eyes transforming as he unleashed the calamity absolute, brutally searching through the old man's memories. In an instant, the old man's consciousness broke down, his immortal emperor's eye losing its luster. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 665, Unbeaten Emperor Ancestor. This black-robed elder is the greatest supporter behind the unbeatable emperor, known as the Unbeaten Emperor Ancestor. The title of Unbeatable Emperor is given to each generation's emperor successor in the undefeated emperor clan, which has seen many generations of unbeatable emperors. To obtain the title Unbeatable Emperor among one's peers is almost to secure the path of the Daoist emperor, and the reason lies in the immortal emperor's eye. Acquiring the title allows one to inherit the immortal emperor's eye from the unbeaten emperor ancestor. Even the undefeated emperor clan is unaware of the existence of the immortal emperor's eye. The clan members only know that the unbeatable emperor wields a taboo power that cannot be exposed, and they will protect this secret even at the cost of their lives. The immortal emperor's eye of the unbeaten emperor ancestor bears no greater karmic ties. He only witnessed the Stealing Heaven immortal sect and the Stealing Heaven emperor being suppressed by the celestial court, which made him wary of exposing the immortal emperor's eye. However, the power of the immortal emperor's eye is too formidable for him to relinquish. Over the years, in moments of despair, he mastered the immortal emperor's eye, thereby creating the renowned undefeated emperor clan in the primordial emperor domain. Now, with the cultivation level of the Miao Jin Daluo immortal, his cultivation reaches the heavens and the earth, remaining hidden behind the scenes while observing the rise and fall of the human world with a smile. If the unbeatable emperor and the other elite members of the clan had not been annihilated, he would not have acted. Upon realizing that the unbeaten emperor ancestor had no entanglement with the celestial court and even feared it, Guan suddenly changed his mind. Of course, the main reason was that the unbeaten emperor ancestor only had a lifespan of several trillion years left, and killing him would seize several billion years of life. But for the current Guan, life of several billion years was not that important. Perhaps the unbeaten emperor ancestor could create even greater benefits for him. Guan threw the unbeaten emperor ancestor into his Dao fruit universe. All Daoist immortals can develop a universe within the depths of their souls. Some Daoist immortals focus on developing the power of the universe. Previously, Guan tried to plant and harvest medicinal herbs in his Dao fruit universe but didn't gain life from it, so he had no interest in developing the Dao fruit universe. For him, the Dao fruit universe was more like a divine skill, used to seal enemies and store treasures. The unbeaten emperor ancestor opened his eyes and instinctively looked around, finding himself in a dark universe. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and quickly turned his head, only to freeze, his eyes widening with disbelief. A pair of golden red eyes stared at him in the darkness, and in front of these eyes, the unbeaten emperor ancestor felt an urge to submit. "Who are you?" the unbeaten emperor ancestor asked, his voice quivering. He could feel his immortal emperor's eyes shivering in fear, an emotion he had never experienced before, intensifying his dread of the mysterious eyes ahead. "Regarding the death of your descendants, you should already know the cause and effect. Do you have any grievances?" Gu An's voice sounded, cold in tone. Even though the undefeated emperor clan had its reasons, ultimately they refused to relent. Guan did not directly destroy them, he advised first, and when they refused to heed, they had to face demise. The unbeaten emperor ancestor took a deep breath and said, "The strong vanquish the weak, what grievances could there be? I came because I did not recognize your strength surpassed mine. Before I die, I still wish to ask clearly, who exactly are you? Are these eyes of yours the immortal emperor's eye?" Since the fall of the stealing heaven emperor, he had never seen another pair of immortal emperor's eyes, leading to many speculations about Gu An's identity. He even suspected Guan might be the stealing heaven emperor. "You guessed wrong, I have no connection with the stealing heaven emperor. Indeed, my eyes are the immortal emperor's eye. You should be able to sense that, even as both possessors of the immortal emperor's eye, the difference between us is significant, unrelated to cultivation level." Gu An's voice resonated, rendering the unbeaten emperor ancestor silent, filled with a strong sense of defeat. "Do you hate the celestial court?" Gu An's inquiry awakened distant memories for the unbeaten emperor ancestor. His immortal emperor's eye suddenly appeared, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Yes, at this point, I have nothing to hide. The celestial gods of the celestial court killed my wife and children. This vendetta, I will never forget for eternity." The unbeatable emperor was generations apart from him. He held little affection for him, more of a familial duty to continue the lineage. But his wife and children were different. Even after such a long time, he could hardly suppress his hatred when he thought of them. Sar the Novelier. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The immortal emperor's eye of the stealing heaven emperor instigated fear in the celestial court, and when the celestial gods descended, unable to capture the stealing heaven emperor, the victorious stealing heaven emperor, filled with fighting spirit, even led the stealing heaven immortals sect to actively confront the celestial court, invoking the might of the court for suppression. In that battle, the primordial emperor domain was affected, leading to the tragic deaths of countless innocent beings, including the wife and children of the unbeaten emperor ancestor. His hatred stemmed from the fact that his wife and children were not casualties of battle but were sacrificed entirely by a wounded celestial god who needed chi blood from his entire city, while he happened to be outside the city and escaped, witnessing his wife and children's souls consumed by the celestial god. During Gu An's soul search, he couldn't clearly see the heavenly court's immortal gods, but he could perceive the situation at the time, albeit the immortal gods appeared vague. Now the celestial court's immortal gods were always plotting against him. Even when the celestial spirit god suggested the strategy to ascend to immortality through meritorious deeds, he continued to guard against the celestial court. The undefeated emperor clan was a power that could be drawn in. His absolute void eye had absolute suppression over the immortal emperors, so he did not fear betrayal from the unbeaten emperor ancestor. Swear your allegiance to me, and this causality shall be settled. Both of us being wielders of the immortal emperor's eye, we belong to the same camp. At least we will not be accepted by the celestial court, only suppressed by it. Gu An's voice sounded, and the unbeaten emperor ancestor wasn't surprised. When he saw the eyes of the other, he knew the person was not a celestial god of the celestial court. If he refused, he wouldn't just die, the entire emperor clan might face annihilation too. He had worked hard for many years and didn't want his efforts to go to waste now. In his eyes, the undefeated emperor clan was merely his weapon for revenge against the celestial court. However, the weapon wasn't strong enough yet, he needed to bide his time. Guan, aware of his hatred and plans for the emperor clan, sought to subjugate him. I can make your immortal emperor's eye stronger. Upon hearing Gu An's words, the unbeaten emperor ancestor's pupils shrank, and he immediately knelt, solemnly saying, "Greetings, my lord." Subduing the unbeaten emperor ancestor was merely a side chapter. After assigning him some tasks, Guan let him go, continuing his peaceful life. Since the return of Yuan Songzi, Zhao Rushan began contemplating reaching the level of Daoist emperor. This plan had long circulated within the Dao court, and in past years, Zhao Rushan was unable to defeat Emperor Tianhong. He felt that only becoming a Daoist emperor could fully surpass Emperor Tianhong. However, Yuan Songzi did not agree to take him on the path of the Great Dao, making Zhao Rushan quite dissatisfied. Yuan Songzi's assertion that he wasn't ready felt humiliating to him. Why could a mundane woman like Xiaolan go, but he couldn't? Occasionally, when Guan went to accompany Xiaolan, he noticed Zhao Rushan's maneuvers, as this fellow was secretly enlisting the upper echelons of the Dao court, with a mind even inclined toward rebellion. To this, Guan had no intention of intervening, as long as it didn't affect Xiaolan. Time flowed rapidly under this backdrop, far faster than before, as the era of the primordial era also approached its end. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 666, Changes of the World. 200,000 years after the reshaping of heaven and earth, figures of both humans and demons have spread across the celestial spirit great world, and the celestial Dao destiny that shrouds the great world has also begun to change. Those great powers who comprehend the rules of heaven and earth can all sense that the fate of the world is about to enter a completely new phase. Time flies. It has been 100,000 years since Guan subjugated the unbeaten emperor ancestor. 100,000 years are enough to change the world, but only those great powers who remain in deep seclusion have not been affected. Now, the human world has a new landscape, with an imperial dynasty named Taiqian rising. Supported by many super sects from the human world, within 100,000 years, Taiqian has aggressively expanded, and although it has not yet completely unified the world, its momentum has shown everyone the aura of a world ruler. The relationship between Taiqian and the Dao court is somewhat tense. Their grievances are many, and it is difficult to discern who is right or wrong. In early summer of this year, Guan wandered with Emperor Tianhong within the Jianghu sect, watching the recent internal competition. After the combat ended, they went to an inn to drink wine. Name, Guan, lifespan, 283, 979/18, 947, 893, 809, 561, physique, primordial Dao creation body, cultivation level, perfect Daoist Great Luo immortal realm, without much fighting and killing. The increase in lifespan isn't very fast, but fortunately, it's steady. Guan is quite satisfied with this pace of increase. For the next million years, there will be no catastrophe in the celestial spirit great world, so his days will be very peaceful. He has achieved the cultivation level of the perfect Daoist Great Luo immortal realm, and he can now consider factors beyond the cosmos in his future predictions. His foresight includes the influence of the 3,000 great worlds on the celestial spirit great world, a prediction ability far surpassing before. However, there are still unknown causes and effects he cannot factor in. Tianhao has already left the celestial spirit great world, and it is challenging for larger causes and effects to descend upon the celestial spirit great world again. While pouring wine for Guan, Emperor Tianhong curiously asked, "Master, recently a lot of mysterious talents have appeared in the Qingkuan sect. Might this be your handiwork?" Guan replied, "Yi Qingshan constantly begged me, so I had no choice but to recommend a batch of talents. This batch of talents is not simple. They are from the undefeated Emperor clan and would be considered top-tier talents even in the primordial Emperor domain. Coming to the celestial spirit great world, none are inferior to Zhao Rushan." Guan first arranged for the unbeaten Emperor ancestor to deploy 20 people. These 20 have already established a foothold in the Qingkuan sect. They are very happy to have come to the celestial spirit great world, for within the clan, they amounted to nothing, but here, they finally experienced the treatment of peerless talents. The most important thing is that it's the arrangement of the ancestor. Being able to serve the ancestor, they feel proud. Under the admonishment of the unbeaten Emperor ancestor, these talents behaved very well, causing no trouble and actively making contributions to the Qingkuan sect. "Does Wuxia have other disciples?" Emperor Tianhong inquired further. The 20 talents from the unbeaten Emperor ancestor made a great impression during the Qingkuan sect's competition. He felt their talent was not inferior to his own, which surprised him greatly. Guan shook his head and said, "It's just a bit of cause and effect with me." Seeing that Guan didn't want to elaborate, Emperor Tianhong stopped probing and shifted the topic to the millennium combat within the Daoist field of the beginningless. Every millennium, one-on-one sparring occurs within the Daoist field of the beginningless. In the last bout, Emperor Tianhong faced the Blood Prison Great Saint. He unexpectedly lost to the Blood Prison Great Saint. This frustrated him greatly. He had thought himself to be the second disciple of Wuxia, yet he was unable to defeat that seeming frivolous ox demon. However, considering the Blood Prison Great Saint was his master's only steed, he felt a sense of relief. Now he just wanted to know what divine skills the Blood Prison Great Saint was cultivating that were so domineering. Guan answered, "Extreme Dao combat technique. It's a Daoist technique I created during my reincarnation. It's a technique distinct from divine skills, very difficult to cultivate, and even he has only barely entered the Dao. The Extreme Dao combat technique is a Daoist technique created by the Extreme, and among all the disciples, only the battle spirit of the Blood Prison Great Saint is qualified to cultivate the Extreme Dao combat technique." Hearing this, Emperor Tianhong mused deeply. He found that his master had many inheritances, and each disciple cultivated different paths, with no repetition, so he dared not ask his master to teach him the Extreme Dao combat technique. He believed the Daoist technique passed to him by his master was not weak, only he had yet to reach the grand achievement to unleash its true power. "After this internal competition ends, do me a favor by going down the mountain to Taichien, find someone and teach him the method of cultivating immortality, and give him a new name, Tai." Guan looked at the street outside the window and said softly. As he spoke, he handed Emperor Tianhong a jade pendant, which would guide Emperor Tianhong to find that person. Emperor Tianhong took the jade pendant and asked, "To what extent should I teach him, and do I need to bring him back?" Guan replied, "It's up to you, at least ensure he has the power to defend himself. There's no need to bring him back, nor should you take him as a disciple or reveal the name of Wuxia." This instruction made Emperor Tianhong even more interested in that person. The internal competition of the Qingkuan sect will last several months, as the sect's establishment is vast, with many talented disciples participating. The final 30 winners will go to the Dao court together to compete in the Magic Battle Conference, which symbolizes the highest talent in the world. The Millennial Heavenly Pride Magic Battle Conference is regarded as the most premier event between heaven and earth, and the rivalry of talents will bring unimaginable benefits to the sects backing them. It is truly a case of one person achieving Dao, elevating everything related to them. After the Qingkuan sect's competition ended, Emperor Tianhong set off. Guan, however, went to the hidden spirit palace under the sea. Chen Chuan's parents, Su Ling and Chen Luo, had long departed, and they joined Chen Chuan to develop the sword sect together. Without further curses, Guan naturally paid less attention to them. Even though Chen Chuan was Xiao Chuan's reincarnation, Guan had already given enough care to his parents, with no need to keep watching all the time. The hidden spirit palace was desolate, with arrays of medicine gardens planted in front of the palace. The distribution was simple, and the colors pieced together gave off a bizarre sense of beauty. The deep-sea dragon carp opened its eyes and saw Guan harvesting medicinal herbs. It immediately stood up. Sar the Oval Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Now it had the cultivation of a divine immortal of wondrous dharma. Its temperament had become more mature than before, yet in its simple white robe with long hair reaching the ground, it still exuded a feminine grace. Although it still had the appearance of a feminine grace outwardly, it already understood the difference between genders. After cultivating in the hidden spirit palace for more than 200,000 years, it also harbored greater ambitions in its heart. Master, when will you let me adopt a few disciples to relieve my boredom? The deep-sea dragon carp came beside Guan, asking cautiously. Since Chen Luo and his spouse left, it felt lonely, often having no one to talk to. Guan ignored its sigh, knowing well what it was thinking, and said, once you reach the Zizai immortal realm, I will permit you to travel for 1,000 years to personally select and bring back 9 disciples. Zizai immortal? The deep-sea dragon carp's expression changed slightly, indicating it might take another 1,000,000 years. But thinking about its grand ambitions, it felt that even achieving the cultivation of the freedom realm was far from enough, and being able to cultivate 9 disciples in the Zizai immortal realm would greatly aid its future vast undertaking. Thank you, Master. The deep-sea dragon carp immediately bowed, thanking Guan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 667, Tai Wei Divine Court. Guan did not look at the deep-sea dragon carp. He continued to pick the medicinal herbs. His heart was filled with emotion. As the disciples' time in cultivation grows longer, their hearts too begin to nurture ambitions. This is quite normal, for cultivation is indeed pursued with some goal. Guan would not restrain the disciples for a lifetime. With his promise to the deep-sea dragon carp, the fate of the deep-sea dragon carp changed. Long in the future, he would unify the ocean demon clans of the celestial spirit great world, even transform into a dragon, establish the dragon palace, and would engage in an epoch-changing battle with the immortal cultivation realm on the continent. Seeing scenes of the future, Guan did not think it was a bad thing. Such conflicts are the choice of heaven and earth. Without the deep-sea dragon carp, someone else would do it. He could not claim that all wars are absolutely evil. It is worth mentioning that when that great calamity comes, the deep-sea dragon carp will also face a Wuxia disciple, only that the two sides do not know each other. The deep-sea dragon carp did not know that Guan was peering into his future, and he meticulously followed Guan, narrating his recent cultivation confusions, which Guan addressed one by one. His upbringing of the deep-sea dragon carp was not inferior to that of the Wuxia disciple. After all, the deep-sea dragon carp had been independently managing the medicine garden of the hidden spirit palace with great merit. The deep-sea dragon carp was in the realm of the divine immortal of wondrous dharma, while the disciples within the Daoist field of the beginningless had the lowest cultivation level, also being in the divine immortal of wondrous dharma realm. Among them an Xian and the blood prison great saint had already crossed into the Tao void profound immortal realm, reaching the divine thought true immortal realm. Although their strength could not yet be considered great, Guan was still satisfied with their growth speed. After all, not everyone could be as favored as him. Even the most exceptional talent requires a long time to accumulate cultivation. Under the magnificent blue sky, the mountains stretched continuously, with celestial giant trees rooted, towering over the surrounding majestic mountains, and there was more than one such tree. Beneath a giant tree, thousands of cultivators gathered together, and even with so many people together, the diameter of the occupied area was still far less than the width of the main trunk of the giant tree. Once the Holy Heaven Reincarnation and the former Lord of the Heavenly Spirit Great Heaven and Earth Holy Court, Zhu she stood among the crowd, listening to the person speaking at the front. The Divine Court is domineering, controlling the life and death of all living beings under heaven, and the cycle of reincarnation is at their command. The land upon which all beings dwell is divided by them. Those expelled by the Divine Court must leave the Tai Wei Great World, but outside the Tai Wei Great World lies a dark forbidden zone, with countless evil demons and ghosts lurking, waiting to swallow living spirits. We, imprisoned here, have nothing to await but exile, Zhu wearing a blue and white form-fitting robe, with her hair tied casually, exuded a demeanor of a chivalrous lady from the martial world. Listening to the speech, her thoughts drifted away, a wry smile appearing on her face. She was originally venturing in another great world. Having awakened her origin divine soul, she was already a profound yuan-free immortal, having re-established her own sect. Due to sectarian struggles, she was jointly targeted by the local major sections. In the midst of chaotic fighting, she deployed a secret technique, shattered the void, and escaped into the chaotic stream of the Great Tao. Upon awakening again, she found herself in the Taiwei Great World. Just as she was about to acquaint herself with the new world, a group of cultivators descended from the sky, declaring her an outsider adventurer who must be detained, and thus she ended up here. This little world is the detention ground of the divine court, housing countless living beings, even those far exceeding her cultivation, and quite a few at that. She wandered this place aimlessly until someone recruited her, inquiring if she wished to escape to safety. Having ventured through numerous worlds, She deeply understood that one's fate must be grasped in their own hands and could not sit idly by waiting for doom, and thus she came along. Surrounding thousands, with the lowest cultivation level being the Zai immortal realm, and the speaker's Dao practice being deep and unmeasurable, reminiscent of the type of adversary she faced when departing the celestial spirit great world. Even if my master were here, his Dao practice might still not be as profound as his. How terrifying a level of cultivation to be suppressed by the divine court, how formidable must this divine court be? She pondered alarmed, and thinking of her master made her feel a bit desolate. Parting for over 200,000 years, she could not find her way back to the celestial spirit great world and felt as though she might never return in this lifetime. Only after leaving the celestial spirit great world did she realize how magnificent the great Tao was. Because of this, her heart embraced even grander aspirations. She wanted to restore the holy court, to elevate it to an existence surpassing the 3,000 great worlds. For now, she had to find a way to escape this place. The more perilous the situation, the more she felt she could encounter great fortunes. This Taiwei great world surely harbors great fortunes beyond her imagination. Sarch * The Oval Fire. @ website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Do you suppose what his cultivation level might be? A voice suddenly reached Zhu Zai's ears, causing her to turn her head. A handsome man came beside her, his face smiling, in stark contrast to the grave expressions on the faces of those around. How high? She inquired. The handsome man smiled and said, he is an innate golden immortal, above the heaven-encompassing free immortal. Zhu Zai's pupils suddenly dilated. In the previous great world, she had heard of the legends of innate golden immortals, and she never expected to encounter one in a place like this. The handsome man continued, in this place, there are dozens of innate golden immortals. Do you know the realm of the divine court cultivator guarding this place? What is the realm? That one's realm is the heaven-balancing golden immortal realm, above the innate golden immortal, with 100 innate golden immortals under him, suppressing this place, while within the divine court, the heaven-balancing golden immortal is far from the summit. His words made Zhu furrow her brows tightly, feeling a sense of despair. With such a vast gap in cultivation, how could she escape? No matter how it seemed, the upcoming actions of this group would all result in failure. The handsome man looked at Zhu and said with a faint smile, I have a way to get you out of here. Zhu frowned, cautiously asked, we are strangers. Why are you assisting me? The handsome man grinned, you bear the karma of the celestial court. It seems you are related to some celestial being from the celestial court. Zhu Zai's brows knitted even tighter. Don't overthink it, I was planning an escape anyway. Seeing you have such karma, I'd take you along. The handsome man shrugged, wearing a carefree smile. Zhu deliberated and thought it prudent to first test him, so she said, I am called Zhu, and may I know your honorable name, fellow Daoist? The handsome man replied, I am named Meng Lang. Meng Lang? Such a common name, Zhu had encountered many bearing this name in various places. She glanced around, puzzled, and asked, it seems others can't hear our conversation? The handsome man named Meng Lang smiled, naturally, since we are conspiring to escape, how could it be broadcast? What do you intend to do? Are you also a heaven-balancing golden immortal? Zhu Shi looked intently at Meng Lang, seriously asking. Meng Lang shook his head. A heaven-balancing golden immortal, possessing vast divine skills, I am not. Zhu Shi pursued, then are you an innate golden immortal? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 668 Trace of the Immortal Gods. It's not an innate golden immortal either. Meng Lang replied, causing Zhu Zai's brow to furrow again, feeling a bit disappointed. The reason she didn't guess above the heaven-balancing golden immortal was because such a transcendent existence couldn't possibly be trapped here. She stared at Meng Lang, hoping he could convince her. What reliance did Meng Lang have that made him think he could help her escape? If he didn't explain clearly, she wouldn't follow Meng Lang. Meng Lang looked ahead, where an innate golden immortal was still passionately speaking, stirring the blood of those present, filling their hearts with high spirits and determination. Rather than waiting to die, it's better to fight desperately. The Taiwei Great World is really deep. Meng Lang, who is actually Guan, thought to himself. Guan, having foreseen in the celestial spirit Great World that Zhu Shi was in trouble, came to assist her. He transformed into Meng Lang to avoid getting too involved in karmic entanglements. After arriving in the Taiwei Great World, Guan discovered that several Daoist immortals were hidden within this great world, and even some of the world's karma was too profound to calculate. He had heard before that among the 3,000 great worlds, a few had foundations far exceeding other great thousand worlds, and he realized today that it was true. This innate golden immortal had already set up a formation, thinking it would isolate prying eyes, facilitating the stirring of hearts, but little did he know, a Tai Ching golden immortal was watching him at this moment. Yes, not a heaven-balancing golden immortal, but a Tai Ching golden immortal standing above the heavens, toying with 2 pearls in his hand, his expression so cold, and his eyes reflecting the scene of Zhu Shi and others gathering together. If Guan didn't intervene, Zhu Shi would follow these people to escape, only to be caught by the Tai Ching golden immortal, brought back to the dojo, and finally refined into a ghost artifact. Moreover, Guan felt the presence of an immortal god in the depths of the divine court in the Taiwei Great World, stronger than the Tai immortal monarch, forcing him to speculate about the relationship between the Taiwei divine court and the celestial court. If you don't make it clear, I can't go with you. Who exactly are you, and what backing do you have to help me? Zhu Zai's voice interrupted Guan's thoughts. Guan smiled and said, don't ask so much, just watch. Zhu Shi frowned upon hearing this. Just as she was about to say more, the speaking innate golden immortal suddenly burst forth with a strong momentum, drawing her attention. Everyone, once the escape plan is confirmed, it should not be delayed. We can kill our way out right now. I will open up a tunnel, but it's uncertain where this tunnel will lead. Most likely, it will lead inside the divine court, and we'll have to improvise afterward. The innate golden immortal said while casting spells, drawing circles with his hands, and a black hole appeared in front of him, rapidly expanding, surrounded by intertwining time-space lightning, its darkness making one shiver, appearing so terrifying. Once the black hole stabilized, he entered it first, followed closely by others. Some hesitated, but seeing those ahead entering, they gritted their teeth and followed. Zhu Shi was about to ask Guan, only to see Guan follow too. This made her feel absurd. Was this person's plan to follow these people? Then what was the meaning of everything he said before? Without him, she would have followed too. Zhu Shi cursed a few words in her heart and also chose to follow. She came behind Guan, staring at his back with an unfriendly look. If looks could kill, Guan would probably have turned to dust by now. The two stepped into the black hole one after the other. As soon as they entered the black hole, Zhu Zai's vision was swallowed by darkness, and even her divine sense couldn't see, but fortunately, she could feel the surge of spiritual energy, and she could also hear Guan's footsteps ahead. Is this your plan? Without you, I would have followed him. Zhu Shi said through gritted teeth, her tone very displeased. Guan's voice followed, the real trouble starts after we get out. Without me, you will undoubtedly die. These words left Zhu Xi uncertain and apprehensive. She could only hold her confusion in check and remain vigilant. She didn't completely trust the leading innate golden immortal either, just had no choice but to follow under such desperation. They moved quickly, and Zhu Xi clearly felt the spiritual energy along the way growing richer. This indicated they were getting closer to the exit. Zhu Xi grew more nervous, beginning to imagine what they might encounter after escaping. A while later, light finally appeared ahead, and Zhu Xi heard the voices of the people around her, most of whom felt pleasantly surprised, not expecting to truly escape that suppressed place. As the light in front grew brighter, Zhu Xi gradually saw Gu An's back. For some reason, she felt a sense of déjà vu, as if she had seen this person's back somewhere before. Soon, she followed Guan into a bright light. Her divine sense instantly recovered. She sensed the people ahead stopping all at once, and she also halted her steps. She opened her eyes and looked ahead, her face instantly freezing. Not just her, the other escaping individuals also looked forward in disbelief. Ahead was a vast and boundless forest, like another world, only everyone's gaze was focused above the forest. Above the sea of clouds, countless figures in purple armor stood on the clouds, each holding a divine weapon. Sweeping the eye over them, one couldn't count how many there were. The vast army exuded a suppressive momentum. The leading innate golden immortal's face turned ashen, as if he hadn't expected so many enemies waiting outside. Your Highness, you are the crown prince of the divine court. Why commit treason? A voice rang out across the heavens, causing a commotion among the escapees, who hadn't expected this innate golden immortal to be the crown prince of the divine court. Zhu Xi frowned deeply, feeling only dread. Clearly, she had been swept up in a larger karma, where if she hadn't been incited earlier and stayed in the place of guardianship, she wouldn't be facing such trouble now. The innate golden immortal took a deep breath, stepped forward, and shouted loudly, General Zhu, you are the eternal divine general of the divine court, protecting the great world many times, and all living beings revere you. But now the divine court has become a lapdog of the immortal gods. In the last 1,000,000 years, how many innocent lives have been lost to the divine court's offerings to the immortal gods? Can you really remain indifferent? That immortal god is insatiable, enlarging ambition step by step, and one day will set eyes on the foundation of our divine court. We cannot gamble. These words made the escapees even more uneasy. How could it also involve the immortal gods? Even in the Taiwei Great World, immortal gods were nothing but elusive legends. They, like Zhu Xi, felt things had become extremely perilous, involving the crown prince of the divine court and the immortal gods, meaning what awaited them was likely an irreversible disaster. Zhu Xi turned to look at Guan, noticing not a trace of tension on his face, which only piqued her curiosity even more about how this person planned to lead her out. Could it be related to that immortal god? Sar the novel, F. Iyer. Enter website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. From what the divine court crown prince said, that immortal god seemed very malevolent, but to Zhu Xi, an outsider, the good and evil of this realm were temporarily irrelevant. She just wanted to escape. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 669, The Struggle of the Celestial Emperor. As the words of the divine court crown prince fell, a magnificent figure emerged above the vast army in purple armor on the clouds, appearing ethereal in the sunlight, like a mirage. General Zhu. He stood high above, overlooking the world, wearing heavy and majestic red armor. His face was solemn, and his brows resembled two flames. His long hair coiled beneath the divine crown, and 7 giant swords radiating different divine lights hovered behind him in a fan shape, as if 7 divine powers stood behind him. Before General Zhu, Zhu Xi and the escapees felt a deep sense of awe. Some couldn't withstand the pressure and fell to their knees directly. General Zhu's right hand was half raised, playing with 2 beads in his palm, like 2 stars squeezing together, shaking the soul. Crown Prince, how dare you slander the immortal gods and question the divine court? If His Majesty knew this, imagine his heartbreak. General Zhu's voice rang out, and as his words ended, a vertical eye suddenly opened on his forehead, shooting a terrifying red beam at incredible speed down from the sky. Everything happened too quickly, so fast that the divine court crown prince had no time to react. Boom! The red light struck the divine court crown prince, and the dreadful impact blew the escapees away. Some attempted to flee, but the tunnel created by the divine court crown prince had vanished. Just as the escapees tried to leap up, an unimaginable pressure pinned them down, forcing them to their knees. Howling winds, scattered debris, and forests were swept away, resembling the arrival of the apocalypse. She was pushed to her knees, struggling to lift her head, her pupils trembling in fear. Such terrifying suppression. She couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be if the opponent went all out. The red light dissipated in front, leaving only a white skeleton of the divine court crown prince, trembling precariously, eventually collapsing on the ground. This scene filled the thousands of other escapees with despair. If even the divine court crown prince had to die, how could they survive? High above, General Zhu's expression was indifferent, as if he had not killed the divine court crown prince, but merely an insect. The countless divine soldiers in purple armor, also expressionless, heightened the air of despair in the land. General Zhu opened his right hand, letting the two beads fall, releasing a dazzling light as they descended, dimming the world. The intense light fell, and Zhu couldn't help but turn to Guan beside her, gritting her teeth and asking, "Didn't you say you have a way?" Guan glanced at her, a corner of his mouth curving up. His smile appeared arrogant in Zhu's eyes, seeming crazily out of place at this moment. She couldn't understand why this person could still smile as scorching air waves descended from the sky, making her mind go blank for an instant. Boom! The ground erupted with a world-shaking explosion. Countless trees flew like confetti, the divine soldiers of the court coldly overseeing everything. General Zhu's expression shifted, greed flashing in his eyes. Under the dusk. Lying on the ground, she suddenly opened her eyes. Bloodshot filled her view as she gasped heavily, as if waking from a nightmare. She sat up immediately, seeing Guan's figure beside her. Guan sat on a nearby empty ground, a fire burning in front of him, holding a mirror in his hand, as if admiring his reflection. She gathered her thoughts, instinctively looking around, finding herself on a cliff, distant mountains stretching endlessly, the ridges draped in afterglow, beautifully desolate. Did we escape? She looked at Guan, asking nervously. Guan gazed at the 7-star mirror in his hand, saying, "Yes, we escaped, but we're still in the Taiwei Great World." The 7-star mirror, after his modifications, was now a Dao treasure, reflecting images of the human world in the Taiwei Great World on its surface as he spied on it. Hearing his words, she sighed in relief, standing up, bowing to Guan in gratitude for saving her life. "Senior, I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave." She turned and left after saying this. "Don't you want to become stronger?" Guan's voice came, halting Zhu's steps. She turned back to look at Guan, her eyes complex. Guan still did not look at her, his gaze fixated on the 7-star mirror. SAR the Novel Fire, net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Celestial Spirit Great World, Jianghu Sect. In the early morning, Guan and the Celestial Spirit God walked down the street, appearing to be strolling, yet discussing grand matters of the Great Thousand World. "I learned from my dear friend that the atmosphere in the Celestial Court is strange, reportedly involving the struggle for the Celestial Emperor's position, with countless unimaginable forces scheming secretly, even reaching the Celestial God level." The Celestial Spirit God said gravely, under Guan's suggestion, he began to deepen relations with other celestial gods, with his mentioned dear friend coming from the misty immortal court. Guan, browsing the roadside stalls, asked, "Does it involve Tianhao?" Previously, the Tai Immortal Monarch and Profound Star Immortal Monarch seemed to have targeted him. The Celestial Spirit God shook his head, saying, even in his past life, Tianhao was far from capable of competing for the Celestial Emperor's position. Not to mention him, even immortal monarchs are infinitely distant in rank from the Celestial Emperor, and this struggle won't erupt immediately. It is likely to simmer for a long time, eventually affecting even the Great Thousand Worlds. Though not very knowledgeable about the Celestial Court, he knew what the Celestial Emperor symbolized. It was the highest position and power, representing the strongest of the heavenly Tao. Speaking of which, I discovered an immortal god in the Taiwei Great World, he with the divine court. Guan recounted his experiences in the Taiwei Great World, 100 years since rescuing Zhu Shi, now accompanied by his avatar. Besides spying on the human world through the seven-star mirror, he occasionally wandered the human world in the Taiwei Great World. The divine court continually recruited divine disciples everywhere, with mortal recruits being severed from family ties forever. Some families received compensation, while others were forcibly enlisted. Guan saw these divine disciples being sent into a gigantic pill furnace, which was concocting some elixir, yet unfinished to this day. This was probably what the immortal god sought, with the divine court offering tributes for 1,000,000 years. In those 1,000,000 years, countless mortal spirits had been sacrificed to the pill furnace, yet no elixir had emerged, piquing his curiosity about the pill's origins. He also shared this with the celestial spirit god, hoping for an explanation. The celestial spirit god frowned, saying, "Using living spirits for alchemy isn't unheard of, but I don't know what specific elixir that immortal god is concocting. Yet for it to remain incomplete for so long, it's probably related to the struggle for the celestial emperor. The Taiwei Great World is among the top in the 3,000 great worlds. I suspect other great thousand worlds are also doing the same." He didn't condemn the immortal god's actions, instead feeling more worried. He understood the style of the immortal gods. Immortal gods would indulge evil, yet not leave traces. This meant the Taiwei Great World was doomed to destruction. If such situations arise in many great thousand worlds, eventually, the 3,000 great worlds might be destroyed, and the celestial court will recreate the 3,000 great worlds. The celestial spirit god's face was extraordinarily grave, his words altering the look in Guan's eyes. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 670, Substitute the 3,000 Great Worlds will be destroyed? Guan was also surprised to hear this. In his view, although the immortal gods were tyrannical and saw all living beings as nothing, they would still adhere to the so-called celestial rules, even if it meant destroying the world. They needed just cause. The celestial court indeed had the power to annihilate the 3,000 great worlds in an instant, but wouldn't doing so violate the celestial rules? Sir the Oval Fire. @ website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guan suddenly felt that the so-called celestial rules were quite flexible. When it involved the highest authority, the rules were just child's play. "What do you think we should do?" the celestial spirit god looked at Guan and asked seriously. The celestial gods guarding the great thousand world had begun to take action, seeking a way out. To them, the great thousand world represented divine authority. If the great thousand world were lost, their positions would be destabilized, and their cultivation would suffer backlash. The celestial gods see all living beings as ants, just as the supreme beings of the celestial court see the celestial gods as ants. Guan stopped walking, glanced at a few spirit beasts squatting in front of a street stall, and replied, "Let things take their natural course. Before anything happens, the only thing you can do is cultivate diligently." The celestial spirit god had no choice but to give up after hearing this. Thinking about Guan's unfathomable cultivation level, he felt that when the catastrophe of the fight for the celestial emperor broke out in the celestial spirit great world, his predicament might not be as difficult as it seemed now. He then continued to recount his experiences from a recent journey, and Guan listened attentively. Their conversation was only audible to them, and even while walking down a busy street, they didn't attract any attention. After spending half a day exploring the Jianghu sect, the celestial spirit god returned through the world gate. Guan continued to wander around the city. With the joining of 20 geniuses from the undefeated emperor clan, the Jianghu sect was thriving, reaching an unprecedented period of prosperity. The top genius Yuan Luo continuously enhanced its reputation outside, attracting more people to come and seek guidance. At dusk, Guan carried a wine gourd in his hand. He stopped, drinking while watching the commotion. The disciples on the street were observing a conflict between two young male disciples. One of them, once a genius, had been crippled during training outside and was now enduring humiliation from the other disciple. The other disciple was a descendant of an elder within the sect, which meant no one dared to step forward to intervene. Guan had no intention of getting involved. Watching the scene unfold, he reflected deeply. For the disciples of the Qingquan sect, the sect represented the whole martial world. For the people of the world, the heavens were vast and boundless, unaware that the great thousand world was as insignificant as dust to certain beings. Guan pondered the path he wanted to take and what rules he should follow. He believed he could find his true self amidst the turmoil, for he had risen from the depths. Time ebbed away, and 400 years passed. In a valley, Zhu Shi, dressed in black, stood on the surface of the lake, holding a long sword with its blade horizontal in front of her as she closed her eyes. Guan lay on the grass by the lake, holding the seven-star mirror, peering into the scenes of the human world within the Taiwei Great World. The divine court crown prince was but a microcosm. There were many people in the world who wanted to resist the divine court and that immortal god. The divine court crown prince was also persuaded, and these people had already formed a faction. Although lacking the power of the divine court, they could only remain hidden. Whenever someone was taken to become a divine disciple, these individuals would appear, seeking to win over the offspring or siblings of the divine disciples using hatred. But Guan saw the leader of this faction secretly kneeling before the ruler of the divine court. It was all a ploy. The divine court's control over the Taiwei Great World was too deep, and for this great thousand world to overthrow their rule was extremely difficult. However, as Guan taught Zhu Shi to cultivate, he saw a variable. Zhu Shi would stand in opposition to the divine court. Once she could deal with that immortal god, she could replace the divine court. Boom! A vast sword intent blew from the lake's surface, causing a gust of wind that stirred the flowers and grass, creating a green wave around Guan. Guan slowly sat up and tucked the seven-star mirror into his arms, turning his gaze to Zhu Shi on the lake. Zhu Shi still held her sword intent materialized into thousands of silver stars floating above the lake, creating a beautiful and fantastical scene. Her dress billowed, and her long hair flowed, exuding an otherworldly aura. Finally entered the Tao, did you? This speed truly deserves the saint heavenly aptitude. Guan thought to himself silently. Zhu Zai's previous life was as Xingtian, unrivaled and symbolic of the strongest talent in one great thousand world. The sword intent Zhu Shi comprehended was precisely the Sacred Heart Sword Tao. The Sacred Heart Sword Tao was created by his reincarnation body, Ang Xian, depending on the river of Sword Tao, needing no lifespan to transform and improve. The Sacred Heart Sword Tao continued to grow stronger. Aside from mastering the Sacred Heart Sword Tao, Guan had used his Tao intent over the years to assist Zhu Shi in her cultivation, allowing her to gain many insights and creative ideas. She might be able to develop a different Sacred Heart Sword Tao. Zhu Shi opened her eyes, her gaze sharp, as if two sword beams shot out from them. She slowly raised her head. She could already feel the Sacred Heart Sword Tao guiding her from an unfathomable distance. The feeling was subtle, allowing her to even harness the power of the Sacred Heart Sword Tao. Turning to look at Guan in the distance, she flickered and appeared before him out of thin air, bowing and saying, "Senior, I have barely entered the Tao." Guan stood and looked at her, smiling. "Since that's the case, we should part ways. Do you want to stay in the Taiwei Great World, or go elsewhere? I can help you one more time." Zhu Shi was surprised, not expecting Guan to leave today, but she was too embarrassed to ask him to stay, so she replied, "I wish to stay." "Then be sure of your decision, for I won't be there to help you later. This great thousand world is brewing a terrible disaster. Even if you cultivate for millions of years, changing fate will be difficult," Guan said seriously. Zhu Shi took a deep breath and said, "I've long made up my mind. This great thousand world has a richer spiritual energy and great Tao compared to others I've visited, and there are internal issues within the ruling power. There's room for me to grow here, and I want to stay. Perhaps I can achieve something great." Guan smiled and said no more, turning to leave. Zhu Shi watched his back and suddenly knelt, gritting her teeth, saying, "Thank you, Master, for your love. I've never been filial to you, but one day, they'll stand proudly before you and make you proud of me." Guan didn't pause or look back, his figure vanishing. She couldn't sense any trace of Guan, feeling hollow inside. After all these years together, she finally realized that this Meng Lang was indeed her master in the celestial spirit great world, Guan, known as the supporting Dao sword venerable. However, she couldn't tell if the master came for her or just happened to pass by this world. She thought it was likely just passing by, which showed how uncommon this great thousand world was. Immortal gods, Zhu's eyes flickered, her gaze revealed ambition, giving her a majestic and oppressive aura. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible.